The pit was extremely large and also extremely deep, made of stone. There were some cracks by the opening, looking like the fissures of a crude volcano. Meanwhile, on the crater's surface, giant rocks were everywhere, all of them in different shapes, some like heavenly swords inserted in midair, some like crouching white tigers, some like azure dragons. Some of the rocks were black, lacking luster, looking like they were soaked in black blood. There were some rocks that were brown, as if they were chunks of dried mud. In short, the heavenly pit lacked plant life. It was barren, extremely still, but it wasn't like a dead place, because it was rich with immortal energy rising from the depths of the pit. This was a heavenly pit that had existed since the age when emperors fell. This naturally made one's thoughts go wild. Sure, Hao began to ponder to himself. Did this place really have rare treasures? Isn't it just a pit? What kind of underground mining region dangers haven't I seen before? Shenming laughed. Her dress fluttered about as she stood on the cliff. Her figure was tall and slender, face sparkling white. Her large eyes were full of life, style alluring. Is that so? This immortal pit is extremely well known in my immortal domain. If you all are not scared, you all can go down and give it a try, the young man dressed in violet gold armor said. His figure was tall and straight, carrying purple energy, even his pupils violet gold, actually having a metallic radiance. His steps were like those of dragons and tigers, like a young emperor. Now, the three of them already knew that his name was Huafudo, his race unclear, cultivation depth unclear. However, this was definitely an extremely terrifying young expert. This type of person, if he went down to the lower realm, he would definitely be a powerful expert. If he couldn't overlook the entire younger generation, then it was pretty close. Have you all gone down before? Did you all obtain any returns? Shenming smiled sweetly, charming and moving. She didn't express any of her own opinions, instead asking like this. I have received benefits. Huafudo was extremely cold. Even though Shenming's beauty could topple countries, he still didn't care too much about it. Not like the Golden Crow clan's young expert Jinyang, whose attitude towards her was far better than that towards Shi Hao and Sanzang. If you all have courage and insight, then go and explore yourselves. He who knows, you all came from the lower realms, so after you all taint immortal pit, the lurking stone beasts might all run away. At that time, this'll bring back great returns. Another young lady said while laughing. She wore a light blue long dress, hair a light blue like water ripples, pupils like sapphire, sparkling and translucent. She was extremely pretty, carrying immortal energy. This was especially the case with the red marking between her brows that flickered with scarlet multicolored light. It left others with a deep impression, hard to forget after just a single look, adding a bit of a moving style to her appearance. Only, her words really were a bit sharp, not really matching her immortal Dao aura, clearly holding some type of innate superiority feeling towards those of the lower realms. Her name was Nualan, race also unknown. Have the people of your side not been beaten enough yet? Do you want to be mounted by Huang and beaten into submission before you're satisfied? Shenming was surprisingly direct. Even though she was a devastatingly beautiful woman, her bearing graceful, every frown and smile moving one's mind. A natural-born beauty. Her mouth wasn't lenient at all, words extremely penetrating. The young lady Nualan with a red marking between her brows that flickered with scarlet multicolored light, dressed in a blue dress, charming face like white jade, immediately went rigid. Her water ripple-like hair fluttered about, eyes widening, extremely shocked. It was clear that she didn't expect the other side to be this direct. This was just too direct, carrying a bit of unruliness. From her side, what was even the term beaten enough? She was even to be mounted on by Huang and beaten viciously. This was just too vulgar. This sentence not only undid Jin Yang's scars, it even more so filled Nualan's face with humiliation. She glared at Shenming, saying, So this is the female cultivator of the lower realms? Manner of speech really is vulgar. Perhaps your conduct is also uncivilized. Do the words sting a bit? One shouldn't impose upon others what they don't desire themselves. When you spoke out to mock the lower realms, when you were looking down on us, have you taken the time to think in our shoes? Shenming had a faint smile on her face. Then, she further added, full of provocation. If you can't accept it, then come, have Huang fight you. I promise that he'll suppress you within 500 moves. Moreover, give you a beating 3 times over. Sure Hao rolled his eyes. Was she taking the initiative to drag him into the water too? What was she incurring the hatred of others for no reason for? Nuolan glared hatefully at Shenming, and then suddenly laughed, not getting angry and saying, that makes sense. If I fight with you, it'll be the same as bullying you, which is why you are pushing out this human clan youngster. However, you are overthinking it. I am not Jin Yang. If I take action, not many can hold me back. Sure Hao revealed an expression of shock. This blue-clothed young lady with a red marking between her brows was just too arrogant, right? Her large sapphire eyes actually carried a hint of battle intent. She really was going to take action? What was rare was that the people here, for example, the one directly involved, Jin Yang, didn't say too much, not refuting this. One could see that this young lady named Nuolan really was quite strong. There were a total of 5 young individuals who accompanied Sure Hao this time. Jin Yang, White Peacock Fairy, purple-clothed youngster Huafudo, and blue-eyed young lady Nuolan. Only the last young man was rather taciturn, not saying too much, so they didn't know much about him. Previously, they were covered in mist, not willing to reveal their true selves, showing disdain for the creatures of the lower realm. Sure Hao only saw White Peacock Fairy and Jin Yang's true selves. Now, Huafudo and Nuolan also finally revealed their true appearances. However, it was all because of a bit of opposition, incited by words that they scattered the immortal mist, revealing their faces. Gotcha! Right at this time, Sure Hao crushed a rock at the edge of the cliff with his hands, pulling out oval-shaped black stone pieces. It was extremely sturdy. The surrounding rock all split apart, yet it remained firm and unbreaking. No matter how Sure Hao's fingers shone, it was still difficult to break. This was quite the unusual thing. At his cultivation realm, even stars could be bare-handedly ripped in half, let alone a rock. I am warning you, do not be so impetuous here. Be a bit more careful. Jin Yang spoke. It was because after losing to Sure Hao, he still didn't feel that good, carrying cold intent. Hong Long. Sure Hao's palm and fingers shone, using a type of great divine ability, splitting this stone apart. With a pa sound, it cracked to pieces like an egg. So. Huafudo, Nuolan, White Peacock Fairy, and others were all fast as lightning, quickly withdrawing, staying far away. When Sanzang and Shenming saw this, they also backed up. Only Sure Hao, who was directly involved, when his palms and fingers shone, he was sucked in by a huge wave of power. His expression changed slightly. Following a light shout, magical force surged. He activated precious techniques, several types of divine abilities merged together, and only then did he break away, quickly withdrawing. Hong! A wave of berserk energy rushed out. A head that was covered in red fur opened its bloody mouth, directly biting through space, making the place where Sure Hao stood explode to pieces. It carried a wave of barbaric aura, extremely distant, as if it came from prehistoric times, struggling free into this place. Oh! A great roar sounded, shaking up this region, even Immortal pit shaking. Many giant rocks in the surroundings fell, the ground surface shaking and rumbling with noise. Not far out, a few figures quickly rushed over. There were quite a few people who were searching for opportunities here, just that this place was too large, so they were rather spread out. This disturbance just now was too great, startling the surrounding cultivators. This head was a bit like a lion, the hair on the temples scarlet red, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't a lion at all. The only part that was similar was the lion mane. This was a monster, its large bloody mouth swallowing the sky. It suddenly increased in size, becoming as great as a mountain peak, that head like an archaic great mountain as it occupied that area. This left Sure Hao, who quickly backed up stupefied. Just now, it was just a stone that was a zhang or so in length that was destroyed, so why did this colossus suddenly appear? It only had a head, the neck bloody, not having a body. This really was a bit terrifying. The head was raised, the void collapsing. When that bloody mouth opened, it was as if it could swallow all things. In the distance, a few mountains were uprooted, flying towards its mouth. There was some metal or that melted into liquid, becoming a stream, also flowing towards its mouth. What kind of monster is this? Xianxia was startled. If not for him backing up fast enough, the consequences would be hard to predict. Youngster, you should rejoice that you can still live after acting so rashly. A middle-aged man descended here, speaking like this. White Peacock Fairy, Huafudo and Nualan also walked over, because that thick scarlet-furred vicious beast's head didn't chase after them. Luckily, it was only a wave of blood energy, not true flesh. Otherwise, there would definitely be a bloody battle. Huafudo said. White Peacock Fairy explained to them. Comparatively speaking, her attitude was still not bad. Not particularly looking down on the lower realms creatures. I already explained everything. This place has natural luck, but it is also extremely dangerous. There are some things sealed within some stones, some products of the era when emperors fell. According to what White Peacock Fairy said, one couldn't act too rashly here. If some ruined magical bodies were unleashed, there might be corpse fiends that might be released, causing a demonic calamity. It's this sinister? Xianxia revealed a strange expression. If there was this type of place, Immortal Domain should have flattened this place. Xianxia voiced his doubts. There's nothing that can be done. There are some things in the depths of the underground that cannot be moved. Best if the original state is preserved. On the contrary, however, younger generations can come here to search for opportunities. The middle-aged man explained, revealing an expression of surprise. It was because this was general knowledge. Why did this young man not know about this? They are creatures of the lower realms. Jean Jean spoke, moreover explaining further. The middle-aged man's attitude directly became cold, turning around to leave, not giving Xianxia another look. Moreover, his body shone, purifying his body with a wondrous technique. This type of scene made Xianxia really want to throw his shoe at his face. He actually showed the cultivators of the outside world such disgust. This is a great place. What a great place. Sanzang, who hadn't said anything for a long time, spoke up, moreover continuously nodding, praising this place. Even Xinming laughed. Extremely sweet, a smile able to topple cities. Her figure was graceful like a lotus, style exceptional. Searching carefully here for something. Xianxia was moved. Those were two golden undead knights. Could it be that this was a paradise for them? Brother Sanzang, in a bit, help me choose a piece of rock. Let the people of Immortal Domain vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. Xianxia transmitted sound. No problem, I'll do my best. However, I feel like Brother Huang should trust your own instincts more. Perhaps you really might be able to find some scripture left behind from the age when emperors fell. Sanzang said. He further transmitted sound, saying, I believe I heard burial kings mention that the true scriptures from the age when emperors fell were priceless. The weight of these words was extremely heavy. For even burial kings to praise them. Just what kind of scriptures were these? The ancient texts that could be regarded as scriptures during that age, they were definitely supreme treasures. I really hope I can bring some amazing stuff out of here. Have them feel a bit conflicted and at a loss. That way, when we leave, they'll come out of Immortal Domain to find us. Xianxia said. As golden undead knights, they were usually buried deep underground. They were extremely sensitive towards this type of or in other things. Now, Sanzang closed his eyes, silently sensing his surroundings. Xinming took a few steps forward, walking outwards, dropping down from the pit's edge. In the distance, a great roar sounded. That head that was as tall as a mountain peak exploded, red fur dancing about, in the end turning into a bloody mist together with the head, thus scattering. Nothing remained. The parts of the mountain and the melted metal it swallowed all fell down. It is a bit strange, Sanzang said. He wasn't affected by that head, his eyes still closed. This type of calm appearance left Huafudo, Nualan, and the others shocked. Even as an undead knight, he wasn't that sensitive to the earth and stone here, not making any great discoveries. He just felt that this place was strange. Everything was secluded, as if this type of stone could cover the mysteries of heaven, difficult to truly peer through. Xianxia knew that normal exploration methods were completely useless. They wouldn't be able to see through this rock. There's no need to waste your efforts. Do you see those black stones? They might have been soaked in some type of blood, while the pale yellow stones might have transformed from the flesh of powerful individuals. How can the items of the age when emperors fell be that easy to see through? Jingyang said coldly. Xianxia didn't say anything, while Xinming sneered. She didn't believe these types of words. From her understanding, some intense battles happened here. The truth should be that it had been sealed. Pong! Xinming was the first to make her move, grabbing a rock from the cliff. It was only the size of a stone roller, not that big. She operated magical force, about to make it rupture. Be more careful. Go to that side, the white peacock fairy suggested. Not far out, there was a six-pointed star altar piled up with rocks. It carried an ancient feeling of great changes, an old formation, but it was still in good condition. What is the use in telling her this? Nualan was discontent, the red marking on her forehead shining, becoming sparkling and brilliant. The hostility she felt towards Xinming was extremely strong. Immortal Pit was extremely special. Some stones containing bizarre substance that could turn into vicious beasts and monsters. Some rocks even containing damaged formations left behind by creatures of the past. Once they were released, they could turn into malicious energy, destroy life force. When it was most dangerous, it might even create a demonic calamity. That was why the formations set up around Immortal Pit were all arranged by great powers, having powerful purification effects. Xinming wasn't too stubborn, rather easygoing, taking the advice, placing that stone into the formation. She exerted magical force, breaking it. Kacha! The stone piece broke apart, a claw reaching out from within. It was made of stone, carrying an earthen yellow radiance. The claw grabbed towards Xinming, extremely abrupt. Dang! Xinming's reaction was extremely fast, forming imprints, smashing against this claw. It was unexpectedly sturdy, the beast claw not shattering. A streak of golden light rushed out from the rock, quickly attacking Xinming. That was a living being. Xinming was shocked. Even though her movements were graceful, looking soft, each time, she used boundless magical force. That vicious beast was struck flying. So, this creature was like a dog, its body not all that large, only 3 feet or so in length, but its speed was extremely fast. It turned into a streak of yellow light, attacking fiercely here. After several blows, it suffered quite a bit, directly escaping, entering the earth and stone. So these are stone beasts? Sure Hao asked. When he had just arrived here, Peacock Fairy had already said that this place had opportunities, but even more dangers. There were stone beasts, a single mistake might result in one being eaten by it. It ran just like that? Xinming's expression wasn't all that kind. You should be content with your situation. That is but a stone beast. There is life-threatening danger at every turn. Fortunately, the one you provoked was just a dog. If it had taken the form of an undying bird or a giant beast, your life might have directly been lost just now. Jingyang said. There were some who suspected that this immortal pit had an imperishable will beneath it. There were others who said that there was a tomb here, or else why did the stones wrap around ruined magical bodies? They were all left behind from ancient great battles, the dead buried here. Borrowing bodies to produce divine awareness, nurture one's own will. Does it wish to transform, or is this a rebirth evolution? Xinming was suspicious. Jingyang and White Peacock Fairy didn't tell them any deeper inner details. Found it. This is it. Xianxia opened his eyes. He leapt down into Immortal Pit. 100 zhang below the cliff, he picked up a stone, bringing it back up. This was a rock that wasn't that large, only 3 square feet. After placing it on the purification altar, Xianxia decisively used great divine abilities, splitting it apart. This is... In that instant, everyone here were stupefied. Even the other creatures searching for opportunities were startled, quickly flying over. When the stone piece was undone, there was no danger, only releasing an auspicious and peaceful energy. Brilliant colors flowed out from within. A metal steel flew out. It was extremely small, only the length of a palm, but it drew everyone's attention. Cries of alarm sounded, killing intent also erupting at the same time. There were some who wanted to seize it. Void immortal gold steel. Even Huafudo couldn't help but cry out, speaking its name. This was a piece of void immortal gold, forged by someone into a small steel. It released divine multicolored light, its value priceless. This was immortal gold. Could be used to create unmatched magical artifacts. Normal true immortals might not even be able to obtain materials suitable for refining an artifact for themselves, while this was a top-level material. Of course, right now, what everyone was paying attention to wasn't its material, but rather its form. This was a steel. This thing had appeared before in the age when emperors fell. Normally, inheritances were all engraved on steels. So now that a steel cast from immortal gold appeared, it was naturally even more so a supreme treasure. Perhaps this was a scripture. In those times, what was known as scriptures were unmatched inheritances, supreme treasures. That was why, after seeing the small steel created with void immortal gold, everyone's breathing became rushed, their eyes becoming red. Even in immortal domain, this type of thing was worth fighting bloody battles over. It was rumored that an important individual in immortal domain, an undefeated legend, when he was young, unexpectedly obtained a piece of immortal gold steel. There were unmatched scriptures on it, thus allowing him to rise up, eventually overlook the world. Of course, that steel wasn't obtained from this place. Yet now, Sanzang actually obtained a piece of immortal gold steel, so how could everyone not be shocked? They were all about to go crazy over this. Don't tell me you all are even going to try to steal this? Sanzang seized it with a single motion. He faced everyone, his expression serious. Hand it over. Huafudo immediately became hostile. Heh! You won't be able to bring this thing away, Nualan also said with a cold laugh. Is that so? Even though a piece of immortal gold is precious, it shouldn't be enough to directly become hostile over, right? You all can't just show a bit of tact, Sanzang said. He raised the metal steel in his hands. And Huafudo's expression went rigid. Nualan was also stunned, her burning gaze becoming a bit sluggish as well, expression freezing. There are no words, only a rough core. Jin Yang couldn't help but cry out. His face was full of frustration and regret, feeling a bit relieved at the same time. Otherwise, there might be a great bloody storm here. This metal steel had just been forged, but there were no words carved yet. A rough core. It wasn't the incredibly precious and rare scripture of the age when emperors fell. Sighs sounded, everyone feeling disappointed. Stone book rough cores had appeared before in this region, as well as wooden book rough cores. All of them just turned into steel bodies. No inheritances carved down yet. Sigh. I never expected that even an immortal gold rough core would appear today. Someone sighed. Little friend, could you lend it to me to take a look? At this time, the middle-aged man who left before appeared again. This time, he didn't look down on the lower realms creatures at all. Not scared of being contaminated. He wanted to examine the void immortal gold steel. Sanzang hesitated, but he still handed it over, not wishing to fight a battle here. The middle-aged man examined it carefully, thoroughly examining this palm-length metal steel. After a light sigh, he returned it to Sanzang. Soon afterwards, an elder appeared, magical force vigorous, deep and immeasurable, surrounded by immortal energy. The void immortal gold steel was examined once more. It was clear that the rough core's appearance startled some nearby formidable figures, immediately hurrying over to examine it. What a pity! He only spoke these 3 words, and then he only left behind a strand of immortal light in the original place, vanishing into thin air. Now no one examined it anymore. It was because after that elder looked at it, it was already confirmed that it was indeed a rough core, no scriptures carved. Scriptures from the age when emperors fell, known as priceless supreme treasures. What a pity! There was no such opportunity. Even Sanzang sighed himself, carrying regret. However, he was still content with his situation. At the very least, this was a piece of immortal gold, something that could be cast into a precious treasure. Brother Sanzang, why don't you help me pick a stone? Shihao said. Sanzang laughed bitterly and said, I overestimated myself. The stones here are extraordinary. Not even golden undead knights can see through it. Just now, I chose the stone completely based on feel. White Peacock Fairy nodded, saying, Correct. This place completely depends on opportunity. Divine ancient artifacts are always intimate with those with karma. When it should appear, it will appear on its own. Do not try to force it. In the past, this was indeed the case. Xinming searched about, but in the end didn't obtain anything in return, leaving her quite annoyed. She was a golden undead knight, yet she actually couldn't discover any opportunities from earth and stone. Shihao closed his eyes, also wishing to try the so-called intuition, see if he had any opportunities himself. And he was inwardly shaken. Could it be that he really shared fate with some opportunity? He indeed sensed a rock that was different, having a type of strange feeling. It was just like when he raised the everlasting sword core in his hand. Shihao's mind immediately shook. It was as if he sensed a hint of the aura when the everlasting sword core truly erupted. When that time happened, apart from the holiness, there would also be rivers of blood flowing past ancient graves, a person seated on a copper coffin. When the sword core erupted, not only was there someone ascending to immortality, accompanied by a rain of light, sometimes there would be scenes of large amounts of burial earth being flooded with blood. A strand of similar aura pointed Shihao to a rock. It was merely the height of a person, standing there quietly. What is inside of this? Shihao was extremely shocked inside. Something similar to the sword core, perhaps it was a similar type of ancient artifact. Perhaps it was something from the same time. This made Shihao increasingly alarmed. Was the everlasting sword core just that ancient? It had existed for an endless amount of time. Open! Shihao shouted, bringing the stone to the altar, using great divine abilities, wishing to split the stone open. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions. This stone was many times tougher than even divine steel. If it was polished into a weapon, it would definitely be a secret treasure. This left everyone quite shocked. How could it be this tough? From the looks of it, the human youngster was already using great divine abilities, but he still didn't break through it. Could it be that after that battle, your foundation was injured, magical force dried up, body seriously injured? If you can't do it, don't force it. Nualan smiled, carrying a type of probing feeling. When she looked at Shihao, there was a hint of provocation as well. Jin Yang also looked at Shihao, revealing a strange expression. He was hoping that Shihao really was injured, and that was why this type of situation happened. This way he would feel a bit more at ease. After all, after the battle, he himself was seriously injured. If this lower realm human youngster was unharmed, then it really would leave him too vexed and angry. Sai, you guessed right, my cultivation was damaged. Forget it, I'll just carry this rock back and find a chance to slowly open it. Regardless, this is still something I brought back from Immortal Domain. I'll treat it as a souvenir, Shihao said. He wanted to bring the stone away, not wishing for it to be broken here, worried that the people of Immortal Domain would take it from him after. Just now, when the void immortal gold appeared, there were already a few extremely powerful experts who came. Let me help you open it. White Peacock Fairy smiled brilliantly. Shihao never expected this young lady, who was always considered amiable, would stop him from bringing it away. There is no need, Shihao said with a smile, expressing his thanks, moreover stating that only by opening it himself is there the greatest significance. There is no need to be polite, let me. Nualan spoke up. She directly took action. With a pung noise, a palm descended, shaking heaven and earth, the power shockingly great. With a kacha noise, the rock cracked apart, moreover breaking into two parts. The young lady with the red marking between her brows had domineering magical force, splitting this stone with just a raise of her hand. Everyone's eyes looked over. Even Shihao's own heart was pounding. He knew that this stone should have something. That was precisely why he held back, not willing to break this stone in front of everyone. However, what was unexpected was that it was empty. The rock didn't have anything, completely lacking the so-called blood energy, damaged magical body, and other things. Sigh. My immortal gold steel scriptures were ruined by you just like that. How released a light sigh. This was obviously done on purpose, everyone else also knowing this. Forget it, as a souvenir, I'll bring the damaged pieces back as well. When he spoke up to hear, he began to gather it. Wait! Only, the other youngsters from Immortal Domain were all cautious, not showing the slightest bit of carelessness, still not willing to let this go. Even the purple-clothed Huafudo was about to take action. Hao's mind sunk. It seemed like he couldn't hide things. With things like this, he waved his hands, indicating that he was going to examine it himself. The two broken stones were covered in cracks, long splitting apart. There was one piece that was comparatively larger, still 3 feet long. Hao chose it, carefully examining it, carefully exerting force. With a ka-cha noise, it slowly split apart, releasing strand after strand of black mist. At the same time, there was a rotting smell that made people frown. When the strand of thick mist spread, the people here all backed up, decisively avoiding it. It was because this type of black mist and blood energy were all dangerous things, readily causing demonic calamities. It might very well be an extremely dangerous object. Even Hao's own mind sunk. This thing was different from what he had expected. It wasn't some supreme treasure at all, actually having a rotting smell. A pile of stones fell, the artifact inside revealing its true self. Moreover, the black mist scattered, the rotting smell becoming faint. The people in the surroundings walked up, carefully examining it. As for Sanzang and Shenming, their eyes were even more so staring without blinking, extremely entranced. Qi Nuolan was the first to laugh, her beauty fully revealed. The red speck between her brows even more so shone, body swaying like a divine lotus in the wind. This really is a supreme treasure, formidable, worth having. It matches you, Nuolan ridiculed. Jin Yang and the others also released strange expressions, carrying cold smiles. They now calmed down, this wasn't some supreme treasure. Sanzang and Shenming gave each other a look, and then looked at Hao, their expressions complex. Sanzang patted Hao's shoulder, and then said, I'll help you pick a rock. Didn't you say you can't see through it either, that we have to depend on our own feelings? Hao said with a darkened face. He found it hard to believe. What was inside the rock was too strange. It was a part of a wooden sword. And it had rotted. This was especially when no matter how one looked at it, it was used to teach children. The sword was not only small, its model was childish, definitely prepared for kids. The most ridiculous thing was that it had rotted. Just a slight touch would cause wooden dregs to fall. Who was the one that sealed this? Hao wanted to curse outwards. This was too infuriating, like a prank, mocking later generations. Of course, this was on the premise that the items in these stones really were sealed. Otherwise, it was useless even if he cursed inwardly. What was ridiculous was that it was dark and swarthy, extremely filthy. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to even be a small fist imprint mark, traces of a child training with it for a long time. Regardless, this is something left behind from when emperors fell, an ancient artifact. If some older generation collectors saw it, they might even offer up a few divine coins to buy it. Nuolan ridiculed. Those great figures who truly are fond of ancient artifacts, it isn't entirely impossible for them to want to buy it for a few immortal coins. Huafudo said with a serious expression. However, no matter how one looked at this, they felt like this was mockery. Hao was speechless. He clearly sensed a wave of aura similar to the everlasting sword core. So why did this rotten wooden sword appear? Could it be that the so-called similarity was just that it came from the same era? Hao didn't believe in the supernatural. He carefully sensed it, and then he moved, holding the wooden sword. With a kacha noise, a single mistake, a small piece was pinched off, landing on the ground. Sanzang had an inwardly sore look, saying, Be careful, regardless. It's an ancient artifact. Don't ruin it. Even you want to mock me? Hao wanted to beat someone up. Just put it away for now, who knows, it might be a supreme treasure. Perhaps later, when it absorbs enough heaven and earth essence energy, it will immediately become a sword core that can make even immortal king's eyes go red. If not, then pass it on to your future child. Shenming said. Shao's face darkened. Was there this type of consolation? This was a stupid shoddy sword. He should just throw it away. Suddenly, immortal light flickered. A 50 to 60-year-old elder appeared, rich immortal energy around him. He suddenly descended. This was definitely a powerful individual, someone who carried an otherworldly temperament. However, when his depth was carefully sensed, it felt as if one was facing a sea, an abyss impossible to measure, making even their minds collapse. Youngster, could you let me take a look? He had a certain look on his face, his hair and beard grizzled, appearance transcendent and majestic. Xiao handed it over, inwardly alarmed. The people of Immortal Domain really did care a lot about this place. All things that came out would be personally examined by great figures, not letting even a single thing go. If not for this place being impossible to move, the pit's depths having a great mystery, easily producing mysterious and dangerous creatures, it would have long been completely dug up. As the elder observed, lightly rubbing it, another small piece directly fell from the wooden sword, wooden dregs also falling. Senior, please be more gentle. This is my brother's supreme treasure. After searching all day, he only found this single ancient artifact. It has a bit of commemoration meaning. Sanzang reminded. Senior, take it easy. This is but a divine ancient artifact. If it is broken, there isn't a second one. Your distinguished self won't be able to make up for its loss. Shenming also said. He ha ha. In the surroundings, Jinyang, Nualan and the others all roared with laughter. Xiao had an expression of hidden bitterness on his face. He looked at the two golden undead knights. Others mocking and ridiculing was one thing. What were these two doing joining in on this? There is a bit of a rotting smell. Be careful of some inauspicious substances. After the aloof and transcendent-looking elder said this, he tossed the wooden sword back to him, directly leaving, not even turning his head, as if he couldn't bear to stay here a second longer. This was definitely a supreme being, perhaps even a half-true immortal or even stronger. Since even he spoke like this, the wooden sword naturally didn't have anything special about it. The white peacock fairy and others weren't willing to touch it, no one continuing to examine it. In the end, even though Sanzang was quite loyal, helping Xiao, they didn't end up with anything. Shenming also took action, in the end provoking a giant stone beast. This beast almost biting off Xiao's head, creating a huge disorder. Only when supreme being level creatures hurried over was this stone beast scared off. It's about time you all should leave, White Peacock Fairy calmly said. Huafudo nodded, clearly stating that this was Immortal Domain. There was no way outsiders could be allowed to permanently reside here. They had to leave. This wasn't the place they should remain in. According to what they said, being able to enter Immortal Domain was already a tremendous opportunity. After all these years, Immortal Domain's gates had never been opened before. This was a grand event. No one has been able to enter for an entire great era. Today, no one can stay behind either. If not for Xiao having some misgivings, he really wanted to break out, rush into Immortal Domain's depths. Either way, there were areas of this vast land that had not been explored by the immortal Dao creatures yet. The outside world was his foundation. That was where his friends and loved ones were. Some people and events he could not let go of. He had to return. When they left the stone gates, the Golden Crow clan middle-aged man overseeing the gateway gave Xiao a deep look. In that instant, immortal light was like lightning, pressing over. Xiao felt as if a great sun was crushing down, about to blasting him to pieces. However, he stood firm, not falling. It's been a long time since I've seen such a strong human race youngster. Live properly. I hope the day comes when we can meet again, the Golden Crow clan middle-aged man said. He released a bit of information that left Xiao shaken. This meant that Immortal Domain was going to make their move in the end? However, it seemed like it would still be many years. At that time, how many creatures would be left in the 9 heavens? Before the stone gates closed, a few experts in immortal domain long produced secret treasures, releasing immortal light, purifying the places Hao, Sanzang, and Shunming passed. In that instant, the 3 of them felt a wave of anger, feeling humiliated. Immortal domain was ridiculously arrogant, always like this, just this direct, looking down on the lower realms. We'll meet again in 500 years. Even if the lower realms are dried up, I will still definitely achieve immortality. Just wait. Hao said. Chi, Nualan, Huafudo and the others all sneered, carrying disdain, as well as arrogance. Hong. The stone gates closed, immortal domain thus closed off again. It was like a dream. Immortal domain that hadn't been revealed to the world for so many years was actually opened up today. The 3 of them even entering. Hao was speechless, standing there for a long time. It's time to go. Shinming tugged at his arm. I liked ancient artifacts. How about you gift that wooden sword to me? Shinming's smile was extremely sweet. I'll treat it as a souvenir. Just keep it on me. Hao subconsciously shook his head. It is just a wooden sword. What is the point of holding on to it? Shinming muttered, extremely dissatisfied. Brother Huang, you know I am a golden undead knight, so we are comparatively more interested in ancient underground artifacts. I can use divine weapons to exchange for it. Sanzang said. Hao revealed a strange expression. This is a supreme treasure. I long realized that it is extraordinary. Before, it was just to purposely numb immortal domain's creatures. What will you bring out in exchange for it? What do you want? Sanzang asked. Hao was shaken up. This rotten wooden sword really was something great? He really didn't see it. He immediately opened his mouth and said, Void immortal gold steel. That's fine. Sanzang didn't even take a moment to think about it, directly nodding without hesitation. Hao was shaken up. A steel isn't enough. Sanzang's expression wasn't that great, saying, I am even willing to hand over the void immortal gold steel. What else do you want? Hao didn't say anything, instead looking at him. Now, he was already sure that this thing was definitely priceless, moreover extremely useful for undead knights. Shunming's figure was extremely graceful. She gave Sanzang a look, saying, Serves you right, who told you to fight with me over this, in such a rush. Now look what you've done. I was joking, if you all really need it, I can give it to you. Hao didn't wish to become hostile with the 2 of them. These 2 golden undead knights weren't of the naturally kind sort. If they clashed with each other, there were no benefits. Of course, it would also depend on these 2's sincerity, if they were honest enough. We didn't deliberately hide things, or else we wouldn't be in such a rush to exchange with you, reveal holes in our behavior. Sanzang said, showing his sincerity. What kind of thing is this really? Hao asked. He was really curious. It was just a rotten wooden sword, yet these 2 actually wanted it so badly. One had to understand that when they were in immortal domain, he had personally examined it. It had already completely rotted, breaking with a single pinch. At that time, he also saw Sanzang act a bit unnaturally, actually picking up the small piece of the wooden sword that fell on the ground. In that type of place, the others all opposed Hao, yet Sanzang's actions were quite interesting, as if they were also mocking and ridiculing Hao. Now, it seemed like they really did treasure that wooden sword piece, not willing to waste it. This is the 3-life medicine, the exceptional great medicine that can only grow in burial land, Sanzang directly said. Shunming nodded, not hiding anything now. Her swirling eyes erupted with astonishing radiance. This was definitely just too important for them. Previously, Hao had heard them talk about it before, hearing them say that the 3-life medicine could help undead knights evolve. For their clan, it was an unmatched supreme treasure that surpassed everything. Even though Hao had guessed that this thing was extraordinary, he never expected that this was precisely that 3-life medicine. This was the highest divine object for the undead knight bloodline. A legendary thing, something that could be longed for but not found, almost no one seeing it before. Eventually, others even suspected if it really existed. It was because they had only heard about it, never really seeing it. However, as long as one was an undead knight, once they came into close contact with it, they could confirm if it was 3-life medicine. This type of thing was just too important for them, able to allow their clan to evolve. Just coming into contact would allow them to innately sense this. For outsiders, the 3-life medicine was normally useless. Only for top-level experts did it have some use, refined into revival pills and other things. It was rumored that there were several types of ancient legendary great pills, all of them needing 3-life medicine, using it as the medicinal primer. I actually dug up their life medicine, Xianxia muttered. He carefully examined the rotten wooden sword in his hand. This outwards appearance really was too shoddy, almost tossed away by him. Why did it have this type of appearance? It didn't seem like a stock of medicine at all. When Xianxia raised this question, Xinming and Sanzang both grinded their teeth in anger, believing that this was something done purposely by some ancient unmatched being. That person shouldn't be an undead knight, but knew that this was 3-life medicine, provoking later generations, especially mocking undead knights. This was refined from 3-life medicine. The medicine body should originally be a small tree, yet it was grinded into a wooden sword, wasting resources recklessly. I better not find out which bastard refined it into a sword core. Otherwise, I'm going to dig up his grave, Xinming said viciously. This thing's quality didn't degrade, right? Xianxia asked, because when the stone was broken, there was a wave of decaying smell that was released. Even though it was rather faint, he still caught it. When they heard this, the 2 golden undead knights' expressions became increasingly unpleasant, even a bit dark. I really want to kill that old bastard. How could he randomly carve such a supreme great medicine into a sword core, almost destroying it? Xinming said furiously. Even though its quality has deteriorated a bit, it can still be used, Sanzang said. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask for it like this. How much of it do you need? Xianxia further asked. The two were confused. Could it be that Huang also wanted it? Xianxia nodded, extremely direct, saying that he wanted to keep some as well. Perhaps it might have some great use in the future. It was because in that starry sky where old tombs stood tall, time chaotic, he had previously seen Chao Yuxing and that big black dog search about, digging up ancient tombs, all for finding the 3-life medicine. At that time, Chao Yuxing was covered in blood. Situation not that good. He wanted to find the undead knight bloodline's great supreme medicine to refine pills, revive someone. This wooden sword has quite a bit of quantity. The 3 of us can split it equally. Sanzang nodded. This type of thing wasn't the more the better. A set amount was enough to speed up their evolution. If this stalk wasn't damaged, not carved into a sword core, it really would be astonishing, even become a tree. Here, Sanzang was extremely straightforward, gifting the void immortal gold steel to Xianxia. Moreover, he suspected that this golden steel wasn't that simple. Only, he couldn't find out anything, so to him, this was just a wordless ancient steel. Xianxia turned it around, examining it, but didn't notice anything strange. In the end, he laughed, saying, "The everlasting sword core and the other stuff are all gone. I'll just treat it as a weapon, I guess." He sized it up a bit, fiddling with it handily. It was the length of a palm. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a brick. It's suitable for using as a bludgeon. Can use it as a blunt weapon, Xianxia said in praise. The 2 golden undead knights were speechless. Xianxia broke the wooden sword, wooden dregs falling randomly. The 2 golden undead knights were extremely moved, but also panicked. This was but 3-life medicine. Yet Huang was this easygoing. Stop, slow down. Don't ruin it. The 2 carefully produced jade containers, collecting those wooden dregs, not willing to waste even a tiny bit. This wooden sword was divided into 3 parts. How about I teach you a burial technique? Xinming said, wishing to use this in exchange. If we can advance onto the burial king path, these still aren't enough, it can be considered great karma. We will reimburse you generously in the future. Sanzang's expression was serious. Precisely in the future, if you have any problems, we will come to guide you away. Xinming nodded, similarly serious. Hao was rather sensitive towards the words "guide you away," immediately making him feel uncomfortable. He looked at the two of them, but they didn't say any more. "If you accidentally die, as long as a bit of remains are left, we will find a way to bring you into burial region and turn you into an undead knight," Xianming said. "Can you all say some more auspicious things, please?" Hao rolled his eyes. Moreover, if he really had the misfortune of dying, he definitely didn't want to go to some burial region and become a corpse spirit. He would rather just be dead. Otherwise, he really didn't dare imagine that scene. At the same time, Hao was a bit confused. Weren't undead knights naturally born, capable of reproduction? Could it be that they could be derived from corpses as well? When they heard his doubts, the two of them smiled. "Your misunderstandings towards undead knights are great. We are indeed a race and not reborn from corpses. However, to repay your kindness, we can display heaven-defying methods, lend you a helping hand, turn you into an undead knight. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need that. Let's not mention this again, please." When things calmed down, they returned. The stone gates were still there, grand and giant, but the city walls and other things had long disappeared. "I actually went inside." Hao released a light sigh. The legendary immortal domain, he actually stepped foot inside, only the journey was so brief. If Great Elder was here, then it would be great. Just that instant would likely already be enough for him to achieve immortality. The Nine Heavens environment was extremely lacking, not permitting the achieving of immortality, not having those conditions, leaving some matchless heroes at a loss. "How are we going to go back?" Xianming asked. This was rather vexing. When they came, those transport formations were all unidirectional. What road back was there to speak of? "How about we ask Immortal Domain's people?" Hao said. Moreover, he really began to knock on the giant doors. Unfortunately, it didn't move at all, lacking radiance. The stone gates suppressed everything, invulnerable to all, couldn't be moved at all. Moreover, the creatures inside wouldn't sense anything either, these stone gates cutting off everything. This was, unless they were like that person on the woven mat, having a supreme treasure keepsake that could react with the stone gates. Examine these remains, see if they have some type of guidance. With so many of them coming here, having no hope of entering immortal domain, there will be some who went back. After they came to this conclusion, they began to search about outside the stone gates. There were many corpses, incredibly giant. Some had turned into withered bones, while some still had a layer of withered divine skin. Sure enough, they discovered something. Through some remains, they saw some clues, following a path along the starry skies in a certain direction. As expected, they saw some more scattered remains along the way. There was a giant transport formation that exceeded the past ones, resting right before them. When they came, they went through 9 altars in total, experiencing 9 trips. Only then did they see the massive stone gates. Meanwhile, in the star domain depths far from the stone gates, in this place they saw the 10th altar. This one was extremely large, like a great mountain. Will this take us on the path of return? Why do I feel like things aren't quite right? Behind the 9 altars are stone gates, while here is the 10th. Are you sure that this is the transport formation to go back, and not an even more mysterious altar? If this wasn't the altar that took them back, where did this one lead to? Were there any places that were further than immortal domain, an ancient great world that was more mysterious? When they asked themselves, they felt that this was impossible, not realistic. However, right now everyone really did doubt this a bit. Whatever, either way, we have no other choice. This is the only altar, so let's go. In the end, they got on. A wave of brilliant light flashed past. They disappeared from their original location. Divine light shone, the entire altar covered in hazy misty rain, not scattering after a long time had passed. However, there was already no one left on it. It could be said that this altar was too grand, the transporting power incomparable. Even after a long time had passed, there were still spatial natural laws that surrounded this place, majestic and extraordinary. Along the way, Hao, Sanzang, and Xianming were shocked. There was light everywhere, extremely dazzling. It was as if they were ascending to immortality, about to enter a mysterious ancient world. This left them shocked. This path was extremely mysterious. Just where were they headed? They hadn't left immortal domain for that long. Could it be that it really could bring them to an even more magnificent and beautiful world? Hong Long. Finally, the spatial tunnel was no longer calm, transmitting over intense shaking noises, erupting with incomparable power. It was simply about to crush the three of them to pieces. Streak after streak of lightning radiance appeared, rumbling by their ears. The three of them made their way out from the passage, incomparably stunned. What kind of place was this? They carried shocked expressions, all of them stupefied as they looked at this ancient world. There was no limit, spacious and limitless. It was as if they had arrived at the far end of the world. Some areas only had hazy primal chaos. No stars in sight, no immortal light either. This definitely wasn't immortal domain. The only thing that could be sensed here was an emptiness and primitiveness. Apart from this, there was only the thunder radiance that crashed down from the distance. This place was extremely unstable, the void covered in cracks. There was lightning radiance everywhere, the scene horrifying. Hong! A streak of lightning radiance struck down on the space next to Sanzang, making his expression change. That type of power was too great, even making him sense a life and death threat. Not good. Great lightning tribulation aimed at those in the self-release realm. Sanzang was extremely sharp, immediately sensing an abnormality, coming to this decision. Hurry, hide your cultivation, or else it will be troublesome. The consequences hard to predict, Sanzang quickly said, sensing something. It was because this was similar to a rumor he heard about. Hong. At the same time, Shurhao was struck by a streak of lightning, making him stagger, half his body charred black, the power of the lightning tremendous. If it was a normal creature, they would turn into charred coal with a single strike. Even Shurhao felt like his body was in intense pain, but fortunately, he wasn't injured. His skin was sparkling. With a flash, the scorched black color withdrew, his skin releasing brilliance again. The three of them all suppressed their cultivation, hiding their cultivation realms, their Tao skills as if declined, becoming weak small cultivators. Sure enough, the thunder weakened, lightning no longer that ferocious. However, there was still lightning that flew over, blasting their bodies, but the power was clearly weakened. Their bodies could easily resist it. It was just as Sanzang had predicted. This place was too strange, because electrical radiance flew in all directions. They were going to suffer heavenly tribulation immediately after coming here? It was too terrifying and astonishing. One had to understand that in the outside world, in the various great heaven and earths, heavenly tribulation had stopped appearing a long time ago. Only when one was powerful enough themselves, using the most powerful methods to accept it, would there be a chance of it appearing. Of course, that type of method would bring down an extremely terrifying heavenly punishment, extinguish one's body and spirit. It could be said that not many people could endure that type of heaven's rage. Meanwhile, this meant that heavenly tribulation was rarely seen, not appearing many times in this world. However, in this place, heavenly tribulation directly appeared, as if the heavenly tribulation that had disappeared for a great era was all concentrated here. This matter was definitely strange. It was too abnormal. The three of them were all shocked and shaken. When they carefully looked around them, they all felt their fine hairs standing on end, because there was a good chance that the heavenly tribulation would see through their hidden cultivation. At that time, they would die in the sea of thunder. What a vast ancient land. No limit in sight, vast and empty. Not even a speck of dust visible, only thunder and lightning. Shenming sighed. Let's head to the source of lightning. See what kind of place this really is, Shurhao said. He led the way, moving through the electrical light, flying forward. Have you gone crazy? Shenming said. This was extremely dangerous. Heavenly tribulation descended even now. How terrifying would it be at the very source? Otherwise, we have no way out either. You can see that there's no transport formation around us. Do you know how to go back? We can only go forward, Shurhao replied. Shenming was stunned. This was reality. Ever since they walked out of that grand altar, They lost their direction. "Let's go and take a look," Xianxia agreed. The lightning radiance was concentrated like rain, pouring down from above, dropping with polypolous sounds, striking down on the surroundings and on their bodies. Streak after streak of light flowed past, all of it lightning, just too concentrated. There really is not much of a difference from raindrops scattering down. If it wasn't us being careful, hiding our cultivation levels, things might be much more troublesome, Xianxia said. This made everyone more and more curious as to just what kind of place they arrived at. The further they went, the more unstable space became, because the cracks were concentrated, entire region like a shattered piece of porcelain that was then forcefully pieced back together. An unstable space, heaven and earth filled with lightning. What kind of place is this? Don't tell me that the lightning tribulations that has disappeared after immortal ancient great era all ended up here, concentrated in this place? Xianming said to herself. This was extremely strange, making one feel uneasy, at the same time leaving them with many suspicions. It could be said that as long as a single creature came, no matter who it was, they would encounter heavenly tribulation, be immersed within, directly forced to face tribulation. This world was too vast. They didn't know just how many tens of thousands of li they flew past. Yet they just didn't reach the end. However, the rain-like lightning radiance became more and more concentrated. We should be near our destination. We need to endure a bit more, Xianxia said. Fortunately, even though the lightning tribulation rumbled with deafening noise, in the end, the lightning didn't see through their real cultivation levels, so there was no heavenly tribulation matching their true cultivation realms that appeared. Xianxia didn't say a single word, his expression serious. He was recalling some events of the past. It was written on a damaged burial book that there seemed to be a place like this with endless lightning, as if it was the source, Xianxia said with a heavy voice. This was the reason why he came to his previous judgment. He had heard of an anecdote, but the ancient burial book was damaged, a large part of what was recorded missing. The things he was talking about were definitely ancient. Undead knights easily slept for a small half of a great era each time. Only heaven knew what age's events he spoke of. It is useless to think too much. We should observe our surroundings and explore carefully, Xianming said. Wanglong, a lightning dragon flew over, formed from electrical radiance. It brandished its fangs and teeth, winding about on the ground, almost attacking the three individuals several times. This was lightning in the shape of a true dragon, vivid and lifelike, too similar. It was accompanied by thunder radiance, dragon cries shaking heaven and earth. This power was definitely great, but it didn't continue to bother them, flying out again in the end. Things are a bit strange. It is rumored that when heavenly tribulation descends, it can definitely distinguish the depths of a cultivator's level, yet we can actually pass through like this, Xianxia said. Don't be too careless. This is most likely only momentary. Great danger might happen at any time. Xianxia's expression became more and more grave. He and Xianming were golden undead knights. They hated lightning. Even though they were divine, not outdone by even immortals, unrelated to ancient corpses, there was still a type of innate nature that made them loathe lightning tribulation. We should hurry and move while we haven't been discovered yet. Find the way out. Otherwise, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate, Xianming said. They increased speed, stirring up the lighting radiance. Their bodies were bathed in the rain formed from lightning, producing many electrical arcs, the radiance brilliant. The lightning was of all different colors. In that instant, it was like they were in a dream. Even though it was dangerous, it was still extremely beautiful. I have a feeling that we are close to our destination. In that instant, they were horrified, all of the fine hairs on their bodies standing on end. Up ahead, there was a majestic aura, as if countless worlds were buried there. It was too terrifying. This was especially when giant streaks of lightning flew out one after another, erupting in the void, forming a terrifying rain of light. It was accompanied by primal chaos that was accompanied by destruction. This was an expanse of lightning abyss, electrical radiance flying out from underneath. It was extremely dense, vast and boundless. What kind of blasted place is this? Xianxia was shocked. Right now, the three of them all felt that this place was extremely dangerous, not daring to rashly approach. That lightning abyss was too vast, moreover incredibly brilliant, difficult to see the end, vast and boundless. That is, suddenly, Xiao's expression changed, simply refusing to believe his own eyes as he stared into the depths of the lightning abyss. There is something. What is that? Even the always calm Sanzang's expression changed, suddenly opening his heavenly eyes, carefully looking down. As for Xinming, her beautiful eyes were widened, staring there, not even blinking, extremely shocked. How could it be that type of thing? Xinming's voice was trembling, in disbelief. Could it be that after immortal ancient great era disappeared, heavenly tribulation really all gathered here, forming this type of ancient world? Am I really seeing what I'm seeing? Don't tell me this really is the thing recorded in burial books? How could it have appeared? Sanzang was absent-minded, muttering to himself. Inside lightning abyss, there was a piece of rock that disappeared with a flash. Xiao's mind was jumping, extremely shocked. He stared at it carefully, making sure he didn't see incorrectly. It was dull gray, the stone material ancient, carrying the aura of endless time past. It wasn't that large or small, about a zhang in length, flying through the lightning. I see it. It is extremely similar, extremely lifelike, Sanzang said to himself. He stared into the depths of the lightning radiance. As for Xinming, her small mouth formed an O shape, her head of red hair shining, large eyes flickering with astonishing brilliance, concentrated on the lightning inside the abyss. He actually saw this type of thing. Xiao felt like something wasn't quite right. What kind of place was this exactly? It disappeared. We need to continue to watch carefully, Sanzang said. Naturally, none of them moved rashly, all three of them extremely cautious, seriously on guard. It was because they knew that this place was too dangerous. They all looked into the lightning abyss. Honglong. Millions and millions of streaks of lightning erupted, striking outwards, carrying thunder radiance. It was absolutely deafening, power extremely great, making this entire world tremble. Sure enough, they saw it again. It was a gray-colored stone material, carrying a simple and ancient aura. But the most brilliant radiance was released from within, shocking to the extreme. It shone in all directions, as if it was going to tear apart the heavens. Lightning pool. There was no mistake. This time they saw it clearly. This was a lightning pool. All of the lightning were flying out from over there. Xiao had seen it before, just not this big. He had even obtained one before himself, this alone already extremely rarely seen. At the time, everyone in Imperial Pass was stunned. Of course, that time he almost died, capturing the lightning pool with great difficulty. He himself seriously injured, almost dying. This time he actually encountered the lightning pool again. What kind of place was this? There was no one facing tribulation at all. Yet a lightning pool appeared, moving about in the depths of the lightning abyss. As for the two golden undead knights, they naturally felt that it was strange, deeply shocked. It was because they clearly sensed that the lightning pool was a tangible thing, not a void projection. When some people faced tribulation, a pool would appear in the lightning punishment. However, it definitely couldn't be brought away. In reality, the lightning pool in heavenly tribulation was normally believed to not be a tangible thing, but rather a projection. After all these years, Xiao was perhaps the only one in Imperial Pass who was a rather special case, capturing a true pool. That is, there are more. Not just one. The three individuals' eyes contracted, staring into the lightning abyss. They had a feeling before, vaguely seeing one or two shadows. Now, it really was confirmed, this place having more than a single lightning pool. The second lightning pool appeared. It was black-colored, 3 square feet in size. Not as big as the first, but the lightning it erupted with was even more terrifying and shocking. It was one of a kind. This type of scenery had never been seen before. At the very least, they never saw it before. How could 2 lightning pools appear at once? This type of thing has never been seen even in the bone books. Even the pride of heaven who crossed heavenly tribulation never saw two true pools at the same time. Normally speaking, only one would appear, and it couldn't be made to stay. When two were seen, one was definitely a void image. Moreover, even the one that did appear might not necessarily be real, possibly only a projection. Yet now they had a feeling that the two were both real, not the so-called void pools. Too strange, Xianming said softly, her normally charming appearance replaced by seriousness, carrying an ice-cold aura. She really found this somewhat hard to believe. As golden undead knights, they didn't like lightning, but they had to face it, which was why they deeply understood this type of thing. However, what they knew normally didn't match up with what they were seeing. A third one, another lightning pool appeared, rushing out from the lightning abyss. It was silvery white in color, rather beautiful, releasing flickering white light, piercing through the void. It was 6 square feet in size, carrying a terrifying aura, releasing endless streaks of light. Every single streak of radiance was lightning, containing terrifying destructive power, carrying a destructive aura. Sure Hao, Sanzang, and Xianming were a bit stunned. There were 3 lightning pools. Wasn't this something straight out of a fantasy story? Why would they appear together at the same time? They originally thought that 2 lightning pools appearing together was already sinister. But now, it seemed like it was a lot more absurd. The lightning abyss was giant, a sea of lightning surging. When the 3 lightning pools appeared, they were submerged under lightning again, becoming faintly discernible. Looking at it from the distance, they were like 3 sharks moving about, their dorsal fins exposed on the surface, moving fiercely underwater. The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay. Just what kind of place did they end up in? Why did they see 3 lightning pools? Could it be that this place was the source of lightning, that all lightning came from this place? This was unimaginable. If it really was the source, then the origins were terrifyingly shocking. Was this the place of heavenly punishment? Sea of lightning tribulation, just how did it take form? If this was real, what did this represent? Was this the place where those from the heavens resided? Or was it something else, perhaps even having other secrets? The 3 of them were all a bit dizzy, great waves surging within their minds. Xianming rubbed her temples with her hands, feeling a headache, their scalps going numb. This place was too strange and also extremely dangerous. Should we withdraw? If this continued, their hidden cultivation levels might be exposed. There would be intense lightning that descends, forcing them to cross tribulation. Don't tell me that the heavenly tribulation that disappeared after Immortal ancient great era all gathered here, lurking in this lightning abyss? Sure Hao said to himself. He felt that there was a huge chance of this being the case. Otherwise, after a great era had passed, why didn't the heavenly tribulation that ought to happen appear? Where did it all go? This place had this type of lightning abyss, even having true lightning pools submerged within, appearing from time to time. Don't tell me this still wasn't enough proof? Where could we go? There's no way out even if we go back. No true transport formation to take us back, which is why we always headed forward, finding this place. Sanzang said. Not long afterwards, in the lightning abyss, divine light surged. A blood-colored lightning pool appeared. It was 10 zhang in length, within it blood-colored multicolored light gushing out. There were actually waves of bloody auras rushing out. This lightning pool, it resembled a blood pool, as if it could devour the essence blood of all living things, extremely terrifying. Of course, this was just what it seemed to be like. As for what it really was like, they had no idea. This was the 4th lightning pool. Moreover, one that was extremely large, aura boundless, extremely intimidating. If it erupted, then it could definitely blast all creatures to ashes. They all felt their hearts begin to pound just from looking at it from afar, making it hard for their souls to find peace. There were so many lightning pools, all of them gathered together. It was just too heaven-defying, leaving them speechless, completely stupefied. What kind of terrifying place was this? Do you all feel that these great pools have rare lightning tribulation liquid? Xianming suddenly asked. This type of pool, if they had lightning tribulation liquid, then it would definitely be priceless. There is some, Xianxia said decisively. The one he obtained back then already had this liquid, such a small one already having this kind of natural luck, let alone these giant ones. They should have. Just now, I seem to have seen something sparkle within the lightning pool. It is definitely lightning tribulation liquid. Sanzang also nodded in agreement. What should we do? There is no path back, the road ahead blocked. How are we going to return? Shenming sighed. The path ahead is cut off. But there might be opportunity for life inside this lightning abyss. Xianxia said. Perhaps. Lightning tribulation represents destruction, but it also contains exuberant life force, for example, that lightning tribulation liquid. Meanwhile, the lightning abyss represents death, but it might also carry a path of life. Shenming revealed a strange expression. Hong. Inside the lightning abyss, lightning pools appeared at the same time, erupting with heaven-reaching radiance, making that place erupt. The entire sea of lightning seemed to be collapsing. New life within destruction, Sanzang said quietly. Then he suddenly raised his head, looking into the bottomless lightning abyss. They all long opened their heavenly eyes, carefully staring. At this time, the lightning pools erupted all at once, lightning ferocious, tearing through that place. When some of the lightning disappeared, they saw some scenes within the abyss. There really is a path. They were shocked. A small cobblestone path extended out in the void, leading into the depths of the lightning abyss. What was the meaning of this? Was there really a hint of life amidst the destruction, leaving behind a path? Was this something left behind by the ancient people, or was it really a path naturally created by the world? In that instant, they produced endless associations, feeling greatly shaken up. All of this was too strange. Only, they also saw that in the depths of the lightning, below the lightning pools, accompanying that small alley was a large lightning pool. It was 100 zhang in diameter, surging with immortal light, accompanied by lightning, the terrifying aura making one shiver in fear. There is a path. There is no need to think too much. We just need to go forward. Shenming said, right now surprisingly decisive. We have to take a look, see just where it leads to. Sanzang nodded. Life force in destruction. There really is a path hidden within. It seems like we have no choice but to take it. Xianxia released a light sigh. The cobblestone path led straight into an unknown hidden place. This was a contradicting scene. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within this lightning abyss. Lightning pools appeared, full of powerful destructive energy. However, the small alley was extremely serene and remote, that place extremely peaceful. Are we really going there? When they approached the lightning abyss, they still stopped. It was going to be extremely dangerous once they proceeded. If they ended up making contact with a lightning pool, heavenly tribulation would definitely descend. It wouldn't matter no matter how they tried to hide their cultivation levels. In reality, they had a feeling that once they entered, they would have to immediately face tribulation. This was definitely going to be an arduous and dangerous path. In the end, they proceeded going to enter. However, when they had just approached the abyss, shocking waves crashed down. This was surging lightning. Moreover, at this time, a creature suddenly jumped out, leaping out from the waves of lightning. It rushed towards Shenming, opening its bloody mouth. This made her release a cry of alarm. This happened too suddenly. How could this lightning abyss have living creatures? A fish. This was a large black fish, more than 10 zhang in length. Within its large bloody mouth, its white teeth were extremely sharp, flickering with cold radiance like long swords. Ka. Shenming avoided it. When the large mouth opened and closed, the sounds that were released covered their bodies with a layer of goosebumps. It is formed from lightning. It doesn't have a true flesh body, Sanzang said, coming to this conclusion. However, this fish was just too lifelike, just like a real creature. It was incredibly ferocious, as if it had a spirit. This place isn't simple. Don't tell me the lightning has developed its own will. Xianxia's expression was serious. Fortunately, not long after this fish jumped out of the lightning water surface and fell back down. It scattered, turning into electricity, entering the lightning. The cobblestone path had long been submerged under lightning again. Lightning pools were faintly discernible. The three of them advanced extremely carefully. However, this process was also painful, the lightning around them concentrated. If they were to say that the lightning before was like rain, now they were like blades hacking at their bodies. There was constantly the danger of losing their lives. Fortunately, they were powerful enough. However, this wasn't a solution either, because they were passively enduring, not using great magical force to resist out of fear of incurring even more powerful heavenly tribulation. Facing it like this was fine in the beginning, but now, as the lightning entered the lightning abyss, the lightning radiance became stronger, power increasing. If a normal youngster entered, they would immediately be blasted to ashes. Even their bodies were bloody. "Hey, beauty, you're completely exposed," Shihao shouted from the back. Under the lightning, Xunming's long dress had a portion that was blasted apart, revealing her snow-white back. It was soft and snow-white like fine jade. "Stop speaking nonsense. Go in the front and lead the way." Xunming turned around, her fine jade finger poking against Shihao's forehead. Her sparkling face carried anger. But of course, she wasn't truly angry. Shihao and Sanzang led the way, continuing in the direction they got a hurried glance at, wishing to get onto that cobblestone path. The sea of thunder surged, great waves reaching into the skies. Honglong. An expanse of waves directly flipped them over. Ocean sprays endless, producing snow-white brilliance. This really was too vivid. If someone was just passing by, they definitely would think that they were walking next to the sea. But in reality, it was all lightning, waves produced by electricity. Shihao's party were all submerged, blasted until they staggered about, hair all standing on end. As for their bodies, their clothes had long become tattered, some areas of their skin even scorched black. Shihao clenched his teeth. This pain really was too great. "If we really can't endure it, we have to cross tribulation while advancing," he said. "This definitely can't compare to the heavenly tribulations that match our own strength. Let's endure it for a bit more for now," Sanzang said. A black lightning pool appeared. It was 3 square feet in size, flowing with terrifying energy. Dark light overflowed, every single streak terrifying. One of them landed near Xunming, immediately blasting open the void. At the same time, she staggered, almost falling straight into the lightning pool. This made her expression change suddenly. The lightning pool appeared abruptly. The three of them stopped, fine hairs standing on end. It was because there was a lightning pool that also appeared, almost within reach. It was that gray-colored lightning pool, its diameter a zhang in length, rising and falling nearby. Lightning radiance flowed about the gray stone walls, every streak containing terrifying destructive energy. The three of them didn't dare act rashly. 2 of them suddenly appeared near them. What was the meaning of this? Were they discovered? Don't tell me these lightning pools even had their own wills? It's so fragrant. Shihao took a deep breath, feeling a bit intoxicated. One of the lightning pools was just too close, already visible. There was sparkling liquid inside that released a rich fragrance. Lightning tribulation liquid. The liquid produced from such a large pool was definitely astonishing. This was rare, precious liquid. Shihao really had the urge to jump into that zhang-length gray-colored lightning pool, to roll around and take a bath, see if he could refine an unbreakable body inside. Of course, he could only think about it, not daring to actually put his thoughts to action. The lightning pools were all around them. Once they were disturbed, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Sure enough, as they continued to passively endure the bombardment of the lightning, their bodies in great pain, behind them, a 10 zhang diameter blood pool appeared. In that instant, they smelled a strong bloodiness. It was extremely unpleasant and shocking, making them feel as if they arrived at the limits of the world, seeing the scene of Judgment Day descending. All life shed blood, corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowing into oceans. In a daze, it was as if they saw a blood pool appear, gathering the essence blood of heaven and earth. Then it became a lightning pool. This made their souls quiver in fear. This lightning pool was 10 zhang in diameter. Once it erupted with power, Only heaven knew just how much power it would release. They reckoned even supreme beings would be blasted apart. This left everyone feeling suffocated and oppressed. Of course, this place wasn't stuffy at all, lightning crashing all about. The so-called muffled feeling came from a suppression of the soul. The lightning pools appeared, blocking this place. If they really did erupt, perhaps not even their corpses would remain. In the end, under the shadow of death, the balance was broken. The blood pool slowly left, not displaying any might. Then, the gray lightning pool and 3 square feet black lightning pools also disappeared. Xinming released a breath of relief, cold sweat about to drip down. Hong! Endless waves crashed down, knocking the 3 individuals down again, their clothes hacked to pieces. Hey, beauty, your bottom is exposed. When Shihao crawled back up, he was just in time to see a bit of shining white. Of course, only a bit of the well-developed bottom was revealed. His words were purely because his mouth was sharp, but in this type of life and death juncture, it also alleviated the tense atmosphere a bit. Go to hell! Xinming clenched her beautiful fists. With a dong noise, they smashed down on his forehead, sending him flying. In that instant, a fiery red long dress covered her body again. It's useless. I guarantee that everything will explode later. This is purely a waste. Shihao walked over. Sanzang continued forward, careful and prudent. Sure enough, after walking out just a few hundred zhang, they encountered the most vicious lighting tribulation, crashing down with pili-pala noises, blasting the 3 individuals until their bodies were entirely scorched black. However, this also made wearing clothes unnecessary. Even if they didn't wear anything, they were almost unrecognizable. This fucking hurts, Shihao screamed. Comparatively speaking, he was still in the self-severing realm, a cultivation realm lower than the 2 golden undead knights. However, the pressure he endured was the same. Sanzang also released a muffled groan, body shaking intensely. The lightning tribulation was too fierce, pouring down like silver streams, crashing down on their bodies. After coming here, it was extremely difficult to continue forward. Just passively enduring the lightning, not retaliating, continuing like this would result in huge problems. There was a chance of them dying. If this continued, then it was better to just resist, directly face tribulation. I was originally going to cross heavenly tribulation anyway, strengthen myself here. I'll formally start in a bit, Shihao said. Honglong. A silver rainbow flew over, striking the 3 of them. The 3 of them coughed out blood at the same time, bodies sent flying. This was a strange streak of lightning, its power tremendous. The entire lightning abyss shook. It was precisely at this time that the lightning all around them seemed to have collapsed a bit, revealing a bit of the scenery below. This is a good chance, we have to go now. They rushed downwards as fast as lightning, seeing the small cobblestone path again. Those smooth and round stones all floated in the void. Lightning covered everything around it. This was an extremely strange sight, these stones quietly floating there. The hundreds to over 1,000 rocks formed a path that led into the depths of this place. Pong! Shihao landed on a piece of stone, and then he quickly ran forward. When Sanzang and Xinming landed, they also ran at full speed. It was because nearby, there was a 100 zhang wide mottled lightning pool that was currently shining, taking in and sending out endless lightning. Blood, bones. They discovered a set of remains up ahead with alarm. The body was half-scorched black, bones cracked. There was blood on the cobblestone that hadn't dried yet. What era was this left behind from? Yet it was still preserved here. The lightning didn't continue to bombard it? A world-shocking expert. This person's cultivation is extremely great, but in the end, they still died. Sanzang said. That blood was dim, lacking luster, but it was still preserved. Honglong. In the back, it was as if oceans roared. The boundless sea of thunder was screaming, chasing after them along this small path, great waves rushing into the heavens. Run! The lightning temporarily scattered just now, but it all came crashing down at this moment. They sped along, following the cobblestone path, heading towards the depths of the lightning abyss. Ah, have we reached the end point? Shenming cried out in alarm. Now, she really was but naked, her curves wonderful, absolutely captivating, but sure how wasn't in the mood to tease her. There was a mountain up ahead. On it carved the two words Thunder Mountain, blocking right before them. Behind them, the sea surged, angry waves blasting the heavens, lightning rushing over murderously. Run! They ran as fast as they could up to Thunder Mountain, wishing to pass through. However, thunder radiance burst forth here, blasting them until their bodies were bloody. Go around it! Ah, this is Willow Deity? Sherhow screamed out. When he was about to move around the mountain, on the other side of the mountain, he saw an ancient golden tree rooted at the foot of the mountain, full of leaves, branches hanging like divine chains of order. Sherhow was shocked. He immediately recognized that it was Willow Deity. This was its aura. Even while at the critical moment of life and death, Sherhow was still greatly shaken, extremely shocked. He quickly rushing forward, screaming, "Willow Deity! Hong Long!" In the rear, the lightning was like a sea, surging, roaring, covering everything, completely submerging this small path, battering down. They ran crazily for their lives. Who is Willow Deity? Sanzang was confused while fleeing. He also saw that golden willow tree, leaving him shaken. He didn't know why Huang recognized the ancient tree here. In his opinion, this tree should be produced by lightning. There shouldn't be any living things here. Could this be a real tree, not something formed from lightning? This left Sanzang stunned. Huang brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Watch where you are going. You're standing in this old one's way. Shenming shouted, her words extremely forceful. Her figure was tall and slender, a pair of long legs moving quickly. Even though they were battered by lightning tribulation, Sherhow and Sanzang both becoming pitch black like ink, hacked miserably, Shenming's body didn't darken, because just now, she produced a set of precious clothes, blocking the lightning tribulation. These clothes were like light muslin, extremely thin, but they were extremely sturdy, protecting her exterior, preventing her body from being damaged. Her curves could vaguely be seen, extremely alluring. There's no mistake, this isn't lightning, it is definitely Willow Deity. I wouldn't mistake this aura, Sherhow muttered. Then he ran in that direction. In reality, he felt a bit of helplessness inside as well. Would he be able to see Willow Deity here? It is likely truly formed from lightning, but its past imprints were left behind here. He knew that the greater his hope, the greater the disappointment. Yet today, he still couldn't resist the emotional waves surging within him. He screamed out, roaring, praying that this was Willow Deity. The lightning radiance was terrifying, sweeping over from the back, sending all three of them flying, immediately splitting the sky. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, bodies in intense pain, smashing into that Thunder Mountain. This mountain was extremely massive and also majestic. It was as if a black lion was resting here, carrying a viciousness, just that it was already restrained. When they smashed into the mountain, a gotcha noise erupted. This was lightning, streak after streak, blasting through their bodies. Blood scattered everywhere. This Thunder Mountain was too terrifying, the consequences severe even if it was just touched. This type of power was just too boundless. This was even when it was the three of them we were talking about. If it were others of the same level, they would have definitely been blown to ashes, not even bones and dregs left behind. Willow Deity. After Sherhow was struck by the lightning radiance, he quickly got up, rushing forward. He was still going towards that tree. Was it formed from lightning or not? Why was that familiar aura he was feeling so real? That was a tree, a true living being? Sanzang was shocked. It was because he also felt that things were a bit strange. That tree seemed to have life fluctuations, not like something normally formed from lightning. The golden ancient tree was tall and straight, incredibly vigorous, full of tree leaves. It released golden radiance, the tree upright and strong, trunk thick and solid, as if it was going to support the sky dome itself. They felt that the area near the tree was a bit strange. The lightning here was unstable, sometimes suddenly strong and sometimes suddenly weak. The tree had essence energy, it could be sensed. Willow deity, Shurhao cried out. However, there was no reaction, no reply, even though he was that close. Be careful. This place is extremely dangerous, Shenming shouted. When they got close to Willow deity, there was a path that released lightning radiance. It was incredibly terrifying. Moreover, at this time, the sea of lightning arrived, about to crash down. This was terrifying lightning that clearly exceeded what their bodies could endure, too dangerous. Hong! The path ahead suddenly erupted, releasing endless lightning radiance. The sea of lightning in the back all surged, all of it striking over, blasting their bodies. In that instant, the three of them were injured again, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This place was extremely dangerous, leaving them in extremely sorry states. Pooh! However, the attack this time also brought them forward, arriving under the tree. When they raised their heads, the golden ancient tree was too resplendent. This is... Shenming gently touched the tree. It was real, not made of lightning. This left her shocked. Huang brat, how did you recognize it? Have you seen it before? Shenming suddenly looked towards Shurhao because for a willow tree to take root here, it was definitely not simple, moreover a golden tree. Willow deity, what happened to you? Shurhao asked, his voice even shaking a bit, panicking out of concern. The ancient tree didn't move at all, just rooted here. It is a bit strange. This giant tree's life essence energy isn't as great as I thought. Only a bit left, Sanzang said. Shurhao was alarmed. He carefully looked at the tree. What exactly happened to Willow deity? He quickly walked around the tree because this tree was too large and thick, couldn't be wrapped around with arms even if there were many people who linked arms. It's seriously injured. Shurhao saw that on the other side of the tree. There were several parts of the tree trunk that were empty, only a layer of old bark left, the inside vacant. He couldn't see this from the other side, but in reality, the tree trunk was already empty. However, there were still quite a few branches, falling like divine chains. Is it dead? Shenming was shocked. This is a tree body that was left behind who knew how many tens of thousands of years ago. Its primordial spirit long gone. Sanzang came to this type of conclusion. When Shurhao heard this, he was speechless. Then he released a light sigh. It was because he knew the willow deity's identity, that it was an ancestral guardian spirit in the ancient times, its power great, but its fate was also full of trouble and misfortune, undergoing many disasters. It had previously severed its roots, turning into a seed, giving up all of its cultivation to start over from the beginning. In short, Willow deity's experiences were complex, only leaving behind a bit of its ruined body in the various lands. Shurhao sighed. Where were the Willow deity and little pagoda now? They had already been separated for many years. Look! The lightning isn't coming over. Forced back by this tree. Sanzang was shocked. This place was extremely safe. There was no great lightning tribulation under the tree, only auspicious light. Even though the entire tree was dry and withered, not having much life essence energy, it could still protect this place. Willow deity's remains. Was this its previous mortal envelope? Shurhao was disappointed and frustrated. He didn't meet the real Willow deity. This wasn't it. However, the aura is similar. Was its aura in the endless past the same as now? Shurhao said to himself. Suddenly, Shurhao widened his eyes, becoming extremely shocked. He discovered a trace of green multicolored light inside the core of the tree trunk. He quickly entered the already hollow tree trunk, raising his head. There was a willow branch there, tender and emerald green, sparkling and replete with moisture. It was completely different from those golden branches. Willow deity's aura. It is so rich. Shurhao was shocked. They were so close. That wave of aura immediately became many times richer, as if Willow deity was right by his side. His mind was jumping greatly, feeling more and more like this place was strange, not as simple as just shed mortal remains. Perhaps it really was Willow deity. The willow leaves are shining. Shenming cried out in alarm. The sparkling green leaves shone, every single leaf like a green small sun, as if they were burning. every leaf producing a character. Moreover, the leaves began to vibrate. If you are able to come here, the leaves will blossom. A trail of footsteps, a path flickering indefinitely. When it was all pieced together, there were only these two lines of characters. Willow deity, sure how cried out, but there were no replies anymore. Only those willow branches released brilliant light, every single leaf like a green small sun, producing those characters. These are the imprints left behind by a great divine ability. It has long left, cannot converse anymore. Xianxia said. Willow deity passed through this place. It left this for me. Sure how was moved. He clenched his fists. Was Willow deity guiding him? Xinming was envious when she saw the green branches, wishing to retort, but right at this time, that branch released a honglong noise, becoming even more dazzling, green multicolored light overflowing into the heavens. Then, the entire golden ancient tree wilted, turning into ashes, all of the golden light entering the green branch, infusing streak after streak of golden light into it. Then, this branch fell into Hao's hands on its own. Moreover, Thunder Mountain collapsed, silently melting into electrical radiance, thus scattering. The world before them was completely open. No obstacles standing in their path anymore. Only, the world ahead was extremely special, already separated from the lightning abyss region. Extremely peaceful like the end of the world, but also like the depths of the desert. On the sand were some vague footprints that released weak light, flickering about continuously. A trail of footsteps. A path flickering indefinitely? Hao trembled. He recalled the words on the willow leaves. Did it refer to the path before his eyes? Willow deity, are you just up ahead? Hao screamed inwardly. They had been separated for so many years. Yet today he finally saw its traces, seeing clues it left behind. Was it guiding him, wishing for him to follow those footsteps? There was also the little pagoda. Ever since they separated, he never saw it again. It was a supreme treasure. What if it was able to fully repair its body? Was it still together with Willow deity? On the sand, the footprints were extremely light and extremely shallow. Some already couldn't be seen clearly. However, they were definitely left behind by a human form existence. Faint white mist rose in spirals, dispersing in the air. There were some that were faintly discernible, some that were mysterious, even heavenly eyes unable to completely see through them, only appearing as wisps of faint mist. That place was extremely peaceful, completely different from Lightning Abyss. On this side, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, crashing down ferociously unendingly, thunder rumbling incessantly, forming a sea, everything caused by lightning. Crazy waves reached into the heavens, waves overflowing. Hao and the others already arrived at the edge of the lightning abyss. When they turned around, looking that cobblestone path and lightning sea, they trembled inwardly. They were almost hacked to death there. Being able to come here could definitely be considered good fortune. If not for that golden ancient tree protecting us, we would have all died. Even if a supreme being came, they would still be blasted to ashes. Xianxia said. Even someone as level-headed as him felt lingering fear. Behind them, the lightning was brilliantly colored. Who knew how many times more terrifying than even now? If they were struck by those types of waves, they would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, they fled over here. Were they going to leave Lightning Abyss just like that? This made them feel as if what they went through wasn't that realistic. There was clearly great danger, yet they seemed to have made it through quite easily. Even though they were already heavily injured, bodies previously blasted through, blood vomited out continuously, comparatively speaking, making it through like this was still too easy. Be careful. Don't fall in the darkness before dawn. Xinming reminded. When they turned back, those lightning pools were still rising and falling. They were extremely blurry, faintly discernible, but they released an extremely oppressive pressure. Fortunately, they didn't explode, or else the results would be even more unthinkable. The cobblestone path was left far behind them. It remained indestructible through the lightning tribulations, imperishable through endless generations. Unknown who it was that built this. Where exactly was this place? When the lightning slightly dispersed, revealing the small path, they carefully examined it, turning around and observing. Near that small path were some remains that had already been deformed beyond recognition. In the past, they were definitely exceptionally powerful experts, but they died here not as fortunate as the three of them today. Was this cobblestone path refined by someone? Shenming suspected. If it was man-made, then that really was shocking. What was the purpose of its existence? This place was able to gather a lightning abyss, yet this path was built right here. Was it for the sake of gathering lightning tribulation liquid? Sure Hao made a shocking guess. However, this really was too horrifying. What kind of things were lightning pools? How many people could obtain them? Even if all of history was searched, there were only rumors. Only Sure Hao alone in Imperial Pass managed to forcibly seize one. If someone created lightning abyss for the sake of collecting lightning tribulation liquid, then that really would be unimaginable. It would make everyone shiver in fear. The lightning pools are things that cannot be controlled. It shouldn't be for the sake of gathering lightning tribulation liquid, but rather to pass through this lightning abyss, head into the desert ahead. Sanzang came to this conclusion. Moreover, he further added, "Look, if it wasn't by following that path, the lightning would be several dozen times worse." Sure Hao nodded. When they turned back, they already noticed that the lightning along the path was comparatively weaker. If one didn't take this path, then it would be even more astonishing. "Let's go." They went on their way, arriving at the edge of lightning abyss. If they continue any further, then they would arrive in the desert. Sanzang reached out his palm. Reaching out, he carefully sensed something. This place was extremely still, lacking traces of activity. When he tried to take a step out, a strange change took place. Honglong. Yellow mist surged in the desert. It was just too violent. Even though it was mist, it was actually like thunder. He quickly withdrew his foot. The yellow mist's fluctuations were extremely intense, killing power astonishing. The war boots he wore were blasted to pieces, even his skin and flesh broken, some blood dripping out. One had to understand that the bodies of golden undead knights were extremely powerful, yet this yellow mist could actually injure his true body. Not any weaker than the lightning tribulation, Shenming cried out in alarm. This was a dangerous path with unknown dangers. What did that yellow mist hold? Terrifying, killing intent. Sanzang's face became overcast because he felt like he had to risk it all, yet they might not necessarily be able to cross over. Perhaps they might die here. Hong. When Shenming experimented, producing a magical artifact trying to make it fly over, it similarly suffered. Great mist descended from the heavens, yellow mist surging just like before, making this place comparable to facing heavenly tribulation. That artifact shattered. She had no choice but to back up. Her eyes flickered about, looking towards Sure Hao and saying, "Is that branch in your hands useful?" The branch that Willow Deity left behind was 3 feet in length, green and sparkling. Previously, every single leaf was resplendent like a small sun, but now the radiance was restrained. However, the edges of the leaves were dyed in a golden border, the results of absorbing the golden ancient tree's essence. Sure Hao nodded, reaching out with the willow branch. With a Hong noise, yellow mist surged from the ground like wind and thunder, swarming over with terrifying power. However, this branch shone, actually stopping it. It produced a barrier, an area of sacred earth, making the area around Sure Hao peaceful. The branch Willow Deity left behind could protect him. It was useful after all. "Let's continue," Shenming cried out in surprise. The 3 of them continued entering the desert. Sure enough, they weren't obstructed. All of them protected under the barrier of light. "Why aren't we able to leave behind any traces in this desert?" Shenming was surprised. The sand looked soft, but when they stepped on it, there were no footsteps left behind. Hong. Shenming trampled down, making Sure Hao and Sanzang's hearts jump. Even though there was the willow branch's protection, they feared that she might provoke some type of disaster. However, when the underground yellow mist had just appeared, it was forcibly suppressed by the willow branch's radiance again. Only, even after that, Shunming still wasn't able to leave behind a footprint, not affecting the ground in the slightest. This was a desert, yet they couldn't leave behind footsteps. This really was a bit strange. Even Sanzang and Hao couldn't hold themselves back, trying for themselves. However, the results were the same. Who was the one that left those faint footsteps behind? They have to be long-life beings at the very least, right? Were they left behind by Willow deity? Hao said softly. They continued forward. 1,000 zhang out. A stele appeared. The most ancient immortal text, Shenming said. On the stele were a few words, recording some things. The main idea was to warn those who came afterwards that it would become more and more dangerous. That place wasn't somewhere anyone could try to enter. What? When they got towards the end of what was written, even Sanzang, who usually remained quiet, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Then he lowered his head, looking towards the faint footsteps. Everyone follows this faint trail of footsteps. Those of later generations couldn't leave behind footprints in this desert. They all pursue that flickering path, longing to understand the truth behind everything. Sanzang interpreted the general meaning. Hao was shocked. Just how astonishing of a thing was this? From the endless past until now, no one could leave behind footprints here. They all followed this trail. What were they searching for? It was definitely a world-shocking expert. Someone who shocked past and present who left this behind. Only they were too ancient, no one knowing about it. They could only follow along that person's footsteps, wishing to pursue its mysteries. This path was extremely quiet, not even the lightning behind them audible anymore. One had to understand that they hadn't even walked that far. Yet it was just that strange. Along the way it was extremely peaceful. They almost felt as if they could see endless predecessors follow this path. In the end, all falling before them. Not long afterwards, a few rocks appeared on the yellow desert. Then the colors changed, becoming a scarlet-colored desert. When Hao and the others stepped here, there was bloody mist that directly rose. Honglong carried blood radiance and astonishing might, erupting here. How frightening! If we didn't have this willow branch's protection, we would die here even if our strength was 10 times stronger. Shunming's expression changed. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that intense fluctuations swept over from the back. There was lightning radiance that appeared, striking this place. Honglong. This place was even more terrifying. The power that erupted world-shocking. The lightning is directed at the bloody mist, as if it is purifying the inauspicious, Sanzang said. Sure enough, whenever bloody mist surged, there would be lightning that hacked over. The existence of lightning abyss is for the sake of suppressing this bloody mist substance? They began to think to themselves. Where was Willow deity headed? This path is too terrifying, Hao said with a sunken voice. Just like that, they continued a set distance. Lightning and thunder crashed endlessly, this place deafening. Finally, they left the range of the blood desert, arriving in normal ground made of earth. There was no lightning radiance here, nor was there any mist. It was extremely quiet. At the same time, Willow deity's branch no longer shone. The light barrier that it supported receding, proving that this place lacked danger. What is that? Shenming cried out in alarm, a bit shocked. In the land of earth ahead, in the distance was a dam that rested there. There was a creature that seemed to have crawled over from the other side of the dam, half its body powerlessly hanging on this side. It already died, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years it had withered away for. However, on the ground and on the dam there was still a bit of blood that shone, actually not dried yet. That blood had immortal energy curling about it, sparkling and brilliant. When Hao and the others tried to get closer, their bodies were in intense pain, skin spraying out blood, bones even about to break. They felt as if their bodies were going to explode. That was true immortal blood, even now having power that didn't dissipate. Even from far away, when they tried to approach like this, even their bodies were going to break apart. Just how terrifying of a wave of power was this? This was released by immortal blood. They staggered backwards, blood trickling out from their mouths. Moreover, the bit of blood that remained possessed great awe, actually making one prostrate in worship, about to bow down and kowtow. This left them shocked. Willow deity's branch shone, cutting off everything. Only then did they release a breath of relief. The pressure just now was too great, making even the space between their brows split apart, about to explode. The three of them had no choice but to quickly withdraw, continuing until the branch's radiance receded. That corpse has already dried up, only scattering a bit of blood and power. If the corpse had essence blood flowing out, the consequences would be even more terrifying. This type of immortal blood's power can crush anything, Sanzang said with a sunken voice. There are star remains, Shenming pointed out. On the other side of the dam were some star remains, fallen there. They were incomparably massive, extremely terrifying. However, even though they were large, they would be easily overlooked. One's eyes would be completely seized by the immortal blood, as that blood possessed a strange power. When that creature died, did the stars of the heavens collapse, fall here? Is that why there are star remains? Sanzang's expression was extremely serious. Then, they no longer continued forward, instead moving horizontally, observing their surroundings. The corpse of an undying existence. It has already died endless ages ago, but its flesh is still here. These drops of blood are undying. Shenming became serious. It was because not far from the dam, another corpse appeared, suspected to have crawled over from the other side of the dam as well, died countless generations ago. The upper half of the corpse was hanging down on this side of the dam. This was horrifying. What kind of place was this? Did Willow deity head towards the other side of the dam? How was it doing now? Great waves surged within Shurhao's mind. What kind of ancient land was this? It was too shocking. While walking along the dike, along the way they saw 4 ancient corpses in a row. They had long died for many years, unknown what era these creatures were from. They shared one common trait, which was that they were all ridiculously powerful, terrifying beyond compare. The corpses were all dried up, but there was ruined blood left over. Just by closing in a bit, it would be enough to make one's body want to burst. What kind of existence is the 4th corpse? What race does it belong to? I've never seen it before. Shurhao watched from afar. He had never seen it before in the 9 heavens, never seen such a species in the foreign side either. This creature, even though it had died endless generations ago, it was still so extraordinary. When it was alive, it was definitely a generation oppressing expert. Even if its body was dried up, its figure still released a great pressure, a world-shaking wave of aura released. Of course, the main thing was still the blood left on the ground, its power heaven overflowing. Around the shining blood, the void split apart, space collapsed, this great world simply about to collapse. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if it was still alive. It had a human head, but its face was extremely flat, having a 3rd vertical eye on its forehead that carried golden brilliance. Its body was shriveled, but it released terrifying energy. Human-shaped body, but it was densely covered in silver scales. Behind it a lion tail that hung on the other side of the dam. Never seen it before, but it seems similar to the ancient period's extinct 3-eyed divine clan. They still have some descendants, but their appearances and abilities, when compared to this ancestral bloodline, are too different. Sanzang said. According to what he said, this clan dared to challenge true immortals, ridiculously powerful. When the 3rd eye opened, heaven and earth would lose color, ancient realms would collapse. However, their clan were eradicated, the true ancestral bloodline now long gone. Only some descendants married with other clans, producing a few clans whose outer appearances were greatly changed. Now, the species with a vertical eye, about 50% of them were descendants of this clan. It is extremely strong. The 3 of them backed up. They couldn't get close to this creature. Even if it died, the damaged blood could still move stellar streams, kill any creature that approached. A 5th one. Shurhao sucked in a cold breath of air. When they followed the dam, they saw a 5th creature. It was human-formed, about the same as the modern-age humans, only its skin was like gold, carrying radiance. Golden bones and skin, Vajra unbreaking body isn't enough to describe him. When he was alive, a bit of anger was enough to make ancient realms collapse, stellar rivers fall. This is an extremely terrifying ancient monster, Shenming said. She was backing up, but even though she took half a step back, she was already suppressed by the power released by the blood in front of that creature, body producing bloody traces, almost split up and in pieces. Sure, Hao and the others discovered that as long as they were a set distance from the dike, they wouldn't be affected, as if there was a formless wall before them that could cut off all remaining magical force fluctuations that creature left behind. They discovered 5 bodies in total, every single one of them incomparably terrifying. Just looking at them would make them feel a strong urge to bow down and worship them. Even though they died, moreover, all fallen on the dam, they still possessed tremendous auras, power that could oppress the heavens, absolutely incomparable. This type of powerful creature, how did it die? Sure, Hao was sure that the creatures with immortal blood flowing through them could already be considered long-life beings. However, how could they still die? Was this because they suffered a serious injury on the other side of the dam? The 5 of them shared one common trait. Their bodies were dried up and withered. Only the blood that splashed out from them before they died carried some vitality, now still releasing divine might. They themselves had completely died, even essence energy scattered. Why were there a few drops of blood that were instead preserved? What kind of injuries caused this? Why is it that only the blood that splashed out before their deaths remains everlasting? Or perhaps it is to say that the essence within their bodies was swallowed by something? They were speculating, really not understanding why even such powerful existences would die here. Were they still going to proceed? They were hesitant. One had to understand that those 5 creatures crawled over from the other side of the dam, returning after being seriously injured, and then died. If the 3 of them crossed over, wouldn't this be the same as throwing their lives away? Willow deity went over just like that. Was there no warning? Sure, Hao thought. Let's find a part of the dam without any corpses, and then take a look at what exactly is on the other side. Shenming said. If they didn't even take a look, then it really was hard to just give up on this place like this. These creatures with immortal blood flowing through them followed the ancient path, entering that place, yet in the end returned with heavy injuries, dying on the dam. This was just too mysterious. Finally, they found a suitable location that didn't have any creatures or bloody traces. It was extremely cold, the dam still like before, many places ruined. It really is impossible to guess just how many years it had existed for. Xianxia suspected that this dam existed for an incredibly ancient amount of time. Heaven knew what era it was created in. For even a golden undead night to sigh like this, one could see just how ancient it was. Undead nights easily slept for endless time. They finally got on the dam, seeing the scene on the other side. It was extremely profound and unfathomable dark. The mist ahead was incredibly heavy. When one gazed down from above, they had no idea what was there. It was extremely dusky, black mist swirling about, rising. What kind of place was this? They still didn't understand. When they used all of their great divine abilities, doing their best to sense it, they saw something. It was faintly discernible, as if there was the sound of tides rising and falling, transmitting indistinctly. It was extremely far away, a large distance in between, as if they were separated by endless time, arriving from another period. It is like a sea extremely far from this place. There are waves rising and falling. Shenming said, feeling that this was absurd. Was this the great terror behind the dam? This shouldn't be it. There are definitely other dangers. Only they couldn't see it. Xianxia produced a wooden crane. It was the size of a thumb, extremely small and smooth, as if carved from jade. This was a magical artifact that could store magical force, erupt with great fighting power. Within a short time, it could exert strength equivalent to Xianxia's, a rare secret treasure. However, when the wooden crane spread its wings, entered the darkness behind the dam, it immediately exploded, destroyed on the spot. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. This was a magical artifact he treasured greatly. Moreover, when magical force and a bit of divine will were infused, This secret artifact wasn't any weaker than himself, yet it shattered so quickly just like that. This means that if we go, we will die instantly. They withdrew, starting to search about in the surroundings. The region on this side of the dam was also extremely vast. After walking far enough along the dam, they discovered another altar. This altar was just too large, piled up from star remains, towering into the sky dome. Even though the star remains were refined, no longer that large, they were still piled up, so it was still ridiculously large. Moreover, next to the altar by the dam was another stele. There are words on it. There were characters still written in the most ancient immortal text. Those who are not at the top of their generation, do not try to cross. Xianxia spoke its approximate meaning. This was warning those who came later to not try to cross the dam, that they couldn't rashly advance. This piece of information was extremely shocking. Even if those who dominated their generations wanted to go over there, they could still only try. The cultivation levels of those who came were too astonishing, too terrifying. There are footprints, Xianming said, her eyes sharp. Previously, the extremely faint footsteps disappeared after they left the desert. They never expected to see them again on the altar, moreover many of them. Who was the one that left these footprints on the altar? The altar is incomplete, Xianxia said. It was extremely regretful. Anyone could see that the altar only had half of it built, unknown why it wasn't continued. It was such a grand altar, where did it lead to? That person was the first one to come, searching about here alone. What was it searching for? Was this a way out? Or was it something else? Did that person want to directly cross the region behind the dam? Those who came after all entered while following its footsteps. Unfortunately, the altar was never finished. This way. Not long afterwards, Hao found footprints again. They were extremely light, walking over from the dam that wasn't too far out, entering the mist-shrouded darkness. Then, the footsteps disappeared without a trace. From past until now, did all of these experts chase after this set of footprints? Did Willow Deity also chase up to here before disappearing? Only that existence could leave behind its footprints. Willow Deity, do you have any guidance for me? Hao had no other way. He spoke to that sparkling green willow branch asking like this. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but now it suddenly shone, pointing out a direction. Let's go. The three of them had serious expressions on their faces, continuing on their way. It wasn't that far away, but just several hundred zhang out. There were stone and earth again. On the ground was a simple drawing. It was unknown just what era it was left behind from. It was like graffiti painted on the earth. Transport formation? Drawn on the ground was a transport formation, only it was too simple. Judging from its appearance, the lines and other parts were definitely old, traces left behind from ancient times. This left them speechless. There are a few footprints here as well. The transport formation might have been left behind by that person as well, Xianming said. This place was strange and terrifying as well. No one able to leave traces here. Apart from that person, there were no other footprints. Wang! Suddenly, a green leaf fluttered out from the stone cracks, rising, releasing brilliance. Those who are not at the top of their generation, return through the ancient formation, do not try to search. There was a line of characters on the leaf warning them. This was the leaf of Willow Deity, left behind by it. This was clearly left for Hao, warning him here. Willow Deity, did you recover your cultivation? Fully regain everything? Hao muttered. Willow Deity had previously been completely destroyed, moreover not just once, repeatedly undergoing rebirth. Now, did it truly recover? Sigh! Xianming released a sigh. In the end, she still didn't know what was behind the dam, where it leads to, filling her with regret. This graffiti-like ancient diagram drew out a strange diagram on the earth. This was a transport formation. Could it bring them back? Let me cross tribulation. Seize a lightning pool before we leave, Hao said, wishing to capture a lightning pool. Xianming and Xianxia were completely speechless. What kind of words were these? He was going to cross heavenly tribulation. bring away a lightning pool before going? No matter who it was that heard this, they would all feel like this fellow was crazy, or maybe he was ridiculously unbridled, too smug. What was heavenly tribulation? It was used to judge the creatures of the world, rain down destructive power, temper powerful individuals, eradicate life. It was incomparable, the might of the heavens. Huang was extremely strong. In the eyes of Xinming and Sanzang, he was indeed exceptional and transcendent. Crossing tribulation was one thing, but he even wanted to seize a lightning pool? What kind of joke was this? However, under their stupefied expressions, that young lunatic took action. He chose a spacious area that was far enough from the dam, preparing to face tribulation. Hey, Huang brat, are you tired of living? Don't tell me you really are going to try to seize the lightning pools in Lightning Abyss. Xinming shouted out, really scared that he might do something crazy. Help me hold on to this. With a move of Hao's hands, that willow branch flew out. It was incomparably tender, sparkling green and shining, flying towards Xinming and Sanzang. He was going to face tribulation, so he couldn't carry this item on him. Xinming received the willow branch. She once again warned him not to act rashly. However, Hao already began, extremely decisive. He stirred on all of his cultivation. In the end, the most important part was operating the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, using it to guide down the tribulation. You? The two golden undead knights both backed up, truly stupefied. This Huang really was too reckless, right? Don't worry. It's not like I never obtained something like the lightning pool before. Hao was full of confidence. The two of them didn't really believe him, feeling like his words weren't all that reliable. Lightning Emperor precious technique. As soon as it was displayed, this place surged with rising winds and scudding clouds, summoning the most powerful lightning Tao element, triggering heaven and earth resonance. Then, the distant lightning abyss even more so released a great noise, as if a dam burst, flooding over. A streak of rainbow light flew over, striking Hao's body. Pong! He was immediately sent flying, all of his clothes shattered, entire body scorched black, a spectacle too horrible to endure. Was there any heavenly reasoning left in this world? Hao wanted to curse out. This was just the beginning, yet he was already sent into a tumble. How could it be this strong? Heh, you really are blessed. Just slowly enjoy yourself. Xinming was taking joy in his disaster, holding the willow branch. Her large eyes blinked, smiling in a charming and moving manner, wonderful body shaking slightly. This heavenly tribulation was different from how it was normally, the power greater. It was really hard to imagine what it was going to be like later on. The last time Hao faced tribulation, it was in the 9 heavens 10 earths. At that time, even the entire ancient great realm appeared. He slaughtered his way into the 9 heavens, fighting a great battle against an endless army. This time, those continents didn't appear, only the most original lightning. Of course, this was just the start. Perhaps those strange things just hadn't appeared yet. Lightning radiance arrived streak after streak, first coming from the abyss. Then, it mysteriously descended from the sky, 3,600 streaks of lightning in total, all of them exploding on Hao's body. This blasted his body until he was riddled with scars, mouth vomiting blood. His injuries weren't light. This was something that had never happened before. The lightning tribulation always gradually became more powerful. Yet this time, it immediately wanted to seize his life. It was too ferocious. Moreover, it all happened in a flowing manner. 3,600 streaks of lightning linked up together, pouring down like a stellar stream. 1,000 eradication lightning tribulation. Sanzang's expression changed. 3,600 streaks of lightning. This number was quite crucial. There was a legend called 1,000 eradication lightning tribulation, signifying that it wanted to kill someone, forcibly strike him down. Normally speaking, 1,000 streaks were already enough. 3,600 streaks ensured that they would be hacked to scattered ashes. He might be in danger, Sanzang said. Even if he made it through these 3,600 streaks of lightning, it was still extremely difficult for him to endure the upcoming heavenly tribulation's power. At the very least, in the recordings of Burial Earth, it was seriously warned that this was a disaster of inevitable death, that it couldn't be prevailed over. Hong! In the distance, a flame phoenix spread its wings, quickly arriving, throwing itself at Hao, power astonishing. N? It is finally starting. Is this the real heavenly tribulation? The previous 3,600 streaks were nothing more than an appetizer. Hao narrowed his eyes. He sensed that things were different this time. It was just the prelude, yet 3,600 streaks of lightning descended. If it was a normal self-release realm cultivator, they would have long been blasted into dregs, let alone someone at the self-severing realm. The flame phoenix spread its wings, heaven and earth becoming quiet. Fiery light overflowed, but in reality, it was all lightning, immediately drowning Hao underneath. This was a great battle. Hao faced it seriously, not revealing the slightest bit of carelessness. Even if this heavenly tribulation was just the start, he already went all out of fear of being careless. It was because the heavenly tribulation this time was too strange, extremely terrifying. It is a great murderous tribulation after all. A flame phoenix immediately rushing out. What else will appear afterwards? Shenming released a light sigh. Flames burned the sky dome, space about to cave in. There were flames and lightning everywhere, wiping out all opportunity for life. Hao was in huge trouble. However, he was strong himself. After fighting for a long time, in the end, in the lightning radiance, as flames ravaged his body, he forcibly tore off one of the flame phoenix wings. Phoenix cries shook the heavens. The flame phoenix escaped. Thus, the lightning in the skies completely disappeared. What is that smell? Hao had blood on his body. He lowered his head, looking at the bloody phoenix wing. It was too lifelike, like real flesh. It was like a real bloody phoenix wing. You actually want to eat it? Shenming rolled her eyes. With a pa sound, that wing exploded in Hao's hands, turning into a blast of lightning, piercing the void and disappearing. Oh! A dragon cry sounded, shaking heaven and earth. A great dragon flew over, bringing with it hundreds of smaller dragons. They rushed murderously at Hao, lightning crackling about, great winds sweeping over. This place was covered in blinding radiance. It was another type of heavenly punishment. True dragons appeared, the skies as if covered in divine chains of order, wishing to obliterate all opportunity for life here. Without a doubt, this was another bloody battle. Hao had many injuries on his body, full of blood, hair disheveled. Concluding this battle, that great dragon had a small piece of its tail removed. It then fled, scattering in the sky afterwards. Oh! Another giant beast appeared. It was incomparably massive, carrying golden light, terrifying beyond compare, killing intent surging. Heavenly horned ant. The vicious beast known for its matchless divine force appeared, slaughtering its way towards Hao. It was another terrifying great battle. Oh! 9 Netherworld's owls appeared, rushing over, throwing themselves at Hao. When this tiger doesn't display its might, do you treat me as some sick cat? Hao roared out in fury. A cauldron was forged in the lightning, directly sucking in the giant beasts. I'm going to properly stew all of you. The bloody battle was heaven-shocking. The vicious 10's giant beasts appeared continuously, but they didn't all appear, only more than half of them, fighting viciously. Hong Long. Heaven and earth revolved, countless lightning clouds appearing. There were countless human figures who slaughtered their way over, even more than the creatures he faced in the 9 heavens 10 earth's tribulation. War cries erupted here. It was to the extent where Hao even saw immortal kings fighting fiercely with undying beings. Fortunately, the main battlefield didn't involve him, or else the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. The scene was horrifying. All types of creatures jumped out, fighting fiercely with Hao. He was long soaked in blood, entire body about to break apart. It was to the extent where his body was torn into pieces several times, and then he forcefully pieced it back together, then continuing to fight. This time it was extremely dangerous. He almost died several times. Of course, this wasn't the end, it was still continuing. Hong Long. Suddenly, a small-scale lightning abyss appeared, directly suppressing towards him. It wiped out the countless creatures formed from lightning, blasting Shi Hao. Dong. His body ended up exploding again. The lightning pool really appeared. Shenming released a low cry. Kill! Shi Hao roared. He gathered his flesh with difficulty, already almost out of strength, his injuries too serious. It was because this time the heavenly tribulation was too special. It seemed like because he was too close to that lightning abyss, the power became ridiculously great. Hong. The small-scale lightning abyss descended, blasting his body to pieces again. No matter how powerful his body was, in the end he still suffered greatly. Hong Long. Suddenly, Shi Hao erupted with power, leaping out. He used the last of his accumulated power. All of the gates he could open were released, endless light rushing into the heavens. Put on. Shi Hao rushed out, leaping into the lightning pool in the lightning. That lightning pool was a large half of a zhang in width, silver light shining, flowing with divine splendor. Hong. In that instant, heaven and earth exploded, lightning endless, all of it blasting towards Shi Hao. However, in the lightning pool, Shi Hao was floating inside, greedily absorbing the lightning tribulation liquid. His body's serious injuries were being quickly restored. Of course, the lightning tribulation rushed over again, blasting his body to pieces. His body would then recombine. This was a fast and cruel cycle. Even something like this is possible? Shenming was shocked. No, what is terrifying isn't the lightning pool. It is only a vessel for holding the precious liquid. The true danger is still ahead, Sanzang said with a sunken voice. Shi Hao rolled around in the lightning pool, greedily absorbing the precious liquid to recover. Moreover, he began to deal with the lightning tribulation outside. Suddenly, he developed a horrifying feeling. Not far out, an ancient platform that was incredibly ancient appeared, surrounded by the power of time, as if it had existed throughout endless time. On the platform was an immortal killing guillotine, known to be able to cut down even immortals. Shi Hao stared at it, feeling extreme danger. However, for some reason, he produced a type of strange instinct, looking forward to this, feeling excitement. He wanted to rush over, get closer to that guillotine. Rolling around in the lightning pool, this was precisely what Shi Hao did. Moreover, he greedily absorbed the precious liquid, trying to recover to the peak. It was because he knew that the most dangerous times had arrived. On the ancient platform, the immortal killing guillotine carried vicious killing intent. It already locked onto him. If he went all out like last time, would the little figure above his head and the reincarnation imprint save him? Only that would leave him in too defensive of a position. He couldn't control what happened at all. Huang brat, you're finished. Hurry and leave behind your will. I'll help you preserve this willow branch. Goodbye. Shenming waved her hands. Not listening to our advice, Sai? Sanzang shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. Now that the immortal killing guillotine appeared, even immortals would be killed if they came. Of course, when faced with cultivators of different cultivation realms, the power of the guillotine on the ancient platform should also be different. However, regardless, this was a disaster of inevitable death. Difficult to make it through. Stop cursing me. I'm fine, Shi Hao said. He was resisting the heavenly tribulation in the lightning pool, absorbing precious liquid. How could he be distracted at this life and death crisis? His mind really could be considered extremely tough. Hong. A thick streak of lightning hacked over, blasting the lightning tribulation liquid until it splashed everywhere. Shi Hao felt inwardly sore, crying out, doing everything he could to resist. This time, he could be considered to have succeeded in his sneak attack. If it was in the past, it was always when the lightning disappeared that he seized the lightning tribulation liquid. Chong. Right at this time, on the ancient platform, the immortal killing guillotine shone, erupting with dazzling radiance. Moreover, there was a wave of heaven overflowing killing intent that surged, bringing forth waves of smoke like mist. It was going to hack Shi Hao to death. And Hao finally understood where the urging feeling came from, why he instinctively wanted to go over. It was because there was a strand of divine light in his body. At this moment, it erupted from his hand, wishing to be connected to the immortal killing guillotine. Last time, in Imperial Pass, when the heavenly tribulation ended, before the guillotine scattered, he seized a streak of divine light, refining it into his finger. There was nothing it couldn't blast through. It was this streak of divine radiance that wanted to get closer to that immortal killing guillotine, merge with it. That was why Hao also felt like he wanted to go over. Kacha! Lightning flew about. The immortal killing guillotine descended, immediately hacking down on Hao, wishing to cut him into two. Ding! In that instant, Hao pointed out, touching the guillotine, stopping it. Shenming released a cry of alarm. She expected to see blood splash out, Hao's head to tumble. But this scene didn't appear, instead seeing him stop this blow with a finger. Sanzang was also stupefied. This scene left him in disbelief. Just how did Huang do this? Hao was also stunned. That finger merged with the guillotine, divine light flowing, interweaving with each other, making him feel as if there was a wave of vicious aura within his body. This was the aura of the immortal killing guillotine. Hong! Right at this time, his body erupted with world-shocking power. There were 6 spheres of light that appeared, shaking the world. What are those? Sanzang released a low cry. This was too astonishing. That type of power definitely exceeded their current cultivation realm, possessing mysterious fluctuations, oppressing the world. I feel like it is the aura of the undying. Even though it's damaged, it still isn't something we can contend against. Shenming's expression was serious. The continuous shocking developments truly left the 2 golden undead knights stunned. First, the immortal killing guillotine wasn't able to kill Hao. Now, there were 6 spheres of light that were displaying undying aura. It was too shocking. Even Hao himself was stupefied. Those 6 lights were in his body, hiding in his flesh, carrying a bit of undying fluctuations. He knew what those were. Back then, when he left Gu Clan, there were undying beings who released a decree, pardoning his crimes, informing the other side that they couldn't harm Huang anymore. It was precisely at that time that the law decree shone, some light entering his body. Those were engravings. It was rumored that at that time, there were 6 undying beings who established that decree together. Now, it seemed like this was true. 6 undying beings all left their imprints on the decree, sending them into his body. Now they appeared. This was, without a doubt, caused by the immortal killing guillotine. Then, Hao made a movement that made both Shenming and Sanzang's bodies go ice-cold, become stupefied. The 2 of them were completely petrified upon seeing this. Hao hesitated for a short moment. Then, he actually threw himself at the guillotine, taking the initiative to get cut. Wasn't this just throwing his life away? He clearly escaped disaster, able to live, yet he actually didn't care about his life at all. The 2 golden undead knights really didn't know what to say. Hao's body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Even when the lightning tribulation almost hacked him to death, he didn't feel that things were this serious. Now he was truly worried. Those 6 lights belonged to the undying existences, so they were extremely dangerous. Back then, it wasn't that he didn't know that the 6 undying existences used some methods, at first believing that they were only some imprints, that they were just to track him, prevent him from escaping. Only today did he realize that they carried killing intent. As long as he was too far from those 6 individuals, they could kill Hao with a single thought. Now, he was no longer in the foreign world, breaking free from that realm, which was why he was fine. Otherwise, there would be huge problems. Last time, when he escaped, he was lucky that Ocean Fall existed, cutting everything off, bringing him into another space, leaving the foreign side. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape at all, wouldn't be able to live. Pooh! Hao's body was hacked apart, breaking into 2 at the waist, blood surging. He wanted to use the power of the immortal killing guillotine to deal with the lights within his body. This time, he could be considered going for broke. Otherwise, once he returned, going to Desolate Pass, Those 6 individuals would most likely sense his existence, and then directly kill him. He was gambling. Wasn't the worst situation being at the mercy of those 6 undying beings anyway? It was because he already had a prior experience. He wanted to see if the reincarnation imprints and the little figure above his head could suffer disaster in his place. He was hoping that the immortal killing guillotine could completely destroy the 6 spheres of light in his body. He was forced to do this, left without a choice, could only take the initiative to take on that blade. Otherwise, this time he wouldn't want to clash with the guillotine head-on. Blood flowed like long rivers. That type of pain was hard to describe. This was the immortal killing guillotine, nothing able to stop it. Xianxia recalled that when the guillotine hacked into one's body, in the same instant, it would destroy their primordial spirit. It was incomparably domineering. Last time, the little figure above him took the fall in his place. Could the same thing still happen this time? Xianxia was shocked. His primordial spirit was fine. No little figure appeared, yet he wasn't truly killed. His body was cut into 2, blood everywhere, but his primordial spirit was still fine. What was going on? Soon afterwards, Xianxia understood. It was still because of the divine radiance in his finger. It was originally one with the immortal killing guillotine, and just now it even tried to merge together, giving Xianxia the immortal killing guillotine's aura. That was why his primordial spirit didn't suffer the strike of inevitable death. However, the 6 spheres of light in his body weren't that lucky. Forced out by the guillotine, separating from Xianxia's body. Chong! An ear-splitting noise sounded. The guillotine was raised again, locking down one sphere of light, and then it fiercely hacked down, directly destroying it. Then, Kung-chong noises sounded continuously, 6 sounds in total. 6 lights were destroyed, the imprints exploding, all of them shattered. The immortal killing guillotine's reputation wasn't in vain. When it truly displayed power, even undying existences and true immortals would be cut. The 2 parts of Xianxia's body rose up, quickly connecting. Then, he threw himself into the lightning pool again to nurture his true body. Soon afterwards, he recovered. This precious liquid's effects were unimaginable. In the sky, the lightning disappeared. The immortal killing guillotine scattered, disappearing with the ancient platform. Before leaving, Xianxia crazily took action, seizing divine radiance. Sure enough, his finger shone. That divine light absorbing part of the immortal killing guillotine's power. Lightning pool, don't run, Xianxia shouted, firmly holding this pool in place. However, in the end, he didn't succeed. A wave of tremendous power surged from the distant lightning abyss, pulling the pool away. Precious liquid! Collect! Xianxia shouted, collecting a large half of the liquid inside. Dang! In the end, Xianxia even more so threw out the void immortal gold steel, smashing it against the lightning pool like a brick, forcibly breaking off a large piece of the silver stone walls, putting it away. In the distance, Xinming and Sanzang were stupefied. This fellow was completely deranged. He really dared to take action and even succeeded. After a long time had passed, this place calmed down. There was no more lightning, nor were there any other sounds. However, the 2 golden undead knights were still a bit absent-minded. Huang was just too bold, right? He made it through just like that? Sigh, it really is regretful. I was just that close to getting a second complete lightning pool. This place is too close to lightning abyss, the difficulty is even higher. Xianxia said to himself. He completed the tribulation, this experience satisfactory. He was now a peak-level self-severing realm expert. As long as he wanted to, he could already break into the self-release realm. When crossing tribulation this time, he didn't break through, instead wishing to comprehend and cultivate for a bit longer before breaking through. He was already a great expert who could break into the self-release realm at any time. He was this young, yet had this type of cultivation. It was heaven-defying to the point of making one's hair stand in anger. We're going, Xinming urged. She gave the dam a look, and then looked at the desert, also at the distant lightning abyss, all of this constantly giving her a bad feeling. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. They had no idea where this ancient formation would bring them. The crude lines, simple strikings, These marks left in the dried earth formed a transport formation. If news of this went out, it would definitely make one feel that this was absurd. It was just a few simple lines, not an altar made of divine stone, nor was it a magical formation made of precious materials. Yet it had transport power? Anyone who saw it would feel that this was something randomly drawn by a child. However, it was now discovered. It was extremely resplendent, and also extremely divine. As the three of them infused magical force, the dried earth surged with power, moreover opening a set of gates. At the same time, they saw an irregular scene in the desert. Like steamer baskets, bloody mists rose strand after strand, large amounts of dark light also interweaving. Kacha! In the distance, the lightning abyss erupted with noise. It was also unknown just how many streaks of lightning flew over, blasting this region. This place? Xianming felt more and more uneasy. She finally found the source of this type of danger. A wave of terrifying aura pervaded the air, carrying inauspiciousness, covered heaven and earth, starting to ripple about powerfully. The lightning abyss thus began to surge, lightning forming ocean waves, surging outwards, drowning the desert and this region. The lightning abyss existence, is it for the sake of suppressing this region? Xianxia asked with a heavy voice. They suddenly realized something. The lightning abyss, desert, earth, dam, all of these existences existed for a reason, not independent from each other. At this moment, their scalps went numb, feeling as if something bad was going to happen to them, as if a calamity was about to descend. The desert became more and more inauspicious. Go! The gate was already opened. They didn't dare stay for another moment, turning around and quickly rushing in, disappearing from this place. Pong! That light gate closed. At the same time, they heard a giant smashing noise. That gate was destroyed. However, they already left, entering an unknown place. If they were a step late, they might have been caught in a great disaster. What exactly was that? Xianming was confused. Was it some type of creature that awakened, some type of formation activating, or some type of strange power reviving? Don't tell me it's a creature that crawled over from the dam? Perhaps there are true immortals or undying existences who were lying dormant in that region? They left that place while full of questions. The path ahead was unknown. They didn't dare act carelessly, all of them a bit apprehensive. It was because they continuously activated transport formations, yet each time, they didn't find a way back. We can go back, Shurhao said. He believed in the road Willow deity pointed out to them. It was definitely not some dangerous place. The light of dawn shone before them. It was as if it was daybreak, but also a bit indistinct, the radiance not strong, but it also released light. Apart from this, there was a type of power that spread over, making it hard for them to breathe, making them feel like they were suffocating. It was dignified and also ferocious, a type of killing intent being released. It became clearer and clearer. It was extremely grand, resting before them. They came out of that passage, arriving at their destination. A city. Where was this place? This place was extremely barren. No sign of life visible, no human activity, only a deathly stillness, as well as a type of sorrow accumulated throughout the ages. A city, cold and cheerless, stood there, extremely lonely. The traces left by the flames of war could be felt even from far away. When they arrived here, Xianming was shuddering, difficult for her to control herself. Xianxia was also alarmed, his scalp becoming numb. He felt a tremendous pressure as well as an austere aura. His body also began to shake uncontrollably, inwardly fearful. The two were golden undead knights. They sensed the abnormality of this place. This was a battlefield with millions and millions of corpses. It was unknown just how many creatures had died because of war. The ground below their feet didn't have any true earth or stone. All of it produced from corpses, the dark red parts blood, the snow-white color crushed bones. Moreover, the creatures that died were too powerful. This place definitely had a few unmatched great figures buried here. Shurhao was also shaking, not from fear, but rather because his blood was boiling, resonating, surging. he felt an uncontrollable urge to roar out. In this place, the space between his brows shone, forming extremely ancient patterns that flickered with light, making the clouds in the sky collapse. Sinner's blood surged, collapsing clouds, splitting the heavens. In this place, the blood that belonged to Stone Clan was boiling, burning. Patterns belonging to his clan appeared on his forehead. It was like a character, incomparably resplendent. The space between Hao's brows was like a small sun. When he raised his head, the light that was released tore apart the heavens. Xinming and Sanzang were stupefied, both of them looking at Hao. They were shaking inwardly because of how terrifying it was beneath the earth. There were too many powerful creatures buried here, while Hao had this type of reaction. This left them deeply shocked. What kind of place was this? This was what all three of them were wondering. That city was a bit far, but the battlefield between them already made their bodies go taut, feel a tremendous pressure. It was like a sleeping immortal Dao giant. The three of them tried to calm themselves. Only after a long time had passed did they gradually become more relaxed. However, the pattern that shone from Hao's forehead didn't disappear. It surged like a divine flame, burning the heavens. They sized up their surroundings. This was a vast land, but they could sense that there were borders, that it wasn't limitless. That city was precisely at the center of this land. They didn't approach the giant city, instead walking towards the border. There were many remains on the ground, some already skeletons, some still having flesh and blood. Even after endless years passed, they didn't rot, still in good condition. Sure enough, the land had a limit. There was a screen of light around the edge, surrounding this place. Couldn't be broken through, unshakable. And Sanzang was shocked. He saw some abnormalities. It was because the light was semi-transparent. He could see some scenes of the outside world. They were floating high up in the sky. Below was a great desert, the golden sand reflecting specks of light. There were dried bones and other things on the ground as well. Apart from this, in the distant horizon was a great pass that towered into the heavens, incomparably large, stopping one side's desolate border, protecting this place. Imperial Pass? Hao was moved, extremely shocked. He saw Imperial Pass. Where was this place? Where were they standing right now? In midair outside Imperial Pass? Soon afterwards, Hao seemed to recall something, his breathing immediately becoming rushed, blood rumbling. He suddenly turned around, looking towards that mysterious and lonely ancient city. Could this be that legendary city? Xinming was shocked, couldn't help but cry out. Hao no longer looked at Imperial Pass, instead looking at the mysterious ancient city floating in the air, eyes releasing blazing radiance. His heart was pounding, emotions surging within him uncontrollably. Desolate borders, 7 kings, the ancient city they protected, he said to himself. His war blood immediately revived. He finally knew why his body produced such a great reaction after coming here. This was where his clansmen were. His ancestors had fought bloodily here, protecting desolate border, their blood splashing across the heavens. Back then, when Hao participated in the great battle between the 3,000 provinces in immortal ancient remains, he had previously entered a blood-soaked black ancient boat drifting in the void. That place was inauspicious and ominous, even more so having a king's corpse. On that ancient boat, through an altar, he previously learned about some of Desolate Border's tragedy, knowing that there were 7 paramount beings who brought their clansmen to protect Desolate Border. He saw the clansmen behind the 7 kings fall one after another, their numbers falling more and more the longer they fought. In the end, even the weak elder and the children who hadn't matured yet entered that city. For the sake of facing the great foreign army, for the sake of protecting the city, they gave up their lives. In the end, even members of the 7 kings fell, some of them dying. As for their clansmen, including the women and children, it was hard to say just how many could remain. Hao had always thought that the city the Desolate Border 7 kings protected was definitely Imperial Pass. However, only when he personally entered Imperial Pass did he understand that this was not the case at all. There was another city that was even further ahead. Only After all these years, that city never appeared, hiding in this world. Many people thought that it had already been destroyed. Now he personally saw it, moreover arrived here. Xianxia walked closer step by step, wishing to arrive before the city. He wanted to enter it. To be more precise, this was a floating island. It couldn't be considered some limitless continent, but it was still extremely vast, enough to serve as a battlefield, enough to construct a giant city. Only, comparatively speaking, this mysterious ancient city was much, much smaller than Imperial Pass. Even though it was grand and intimidating, it was still rather ordinary in size, not piled up by stars, made from ancient stone material. For some reason, when Xianxia looked at this city, it felt even more vigorous than Imperial Pass, feeling that it experienced greater changes, more sturdy and powerful. It wasn't something in its scale or size, but rather that this city seemed to possess a soul, recording the sorrow and great changes of endless time, experienced the smoke and flames of war, soaked in the blood of undying, becoming a type of imperishable masterpiece itself. It didn't fall after endless battles, remaining powerful here, stopping the other side's troops. The legendary city, the true Imperial Pass. At this time, Xianming spoke, actually saying this. The true Emperor City. Who would have thought that it didn't fall, still standing here? Sanzang also said quietly. Then, they looked at the space between Xiao's brows, at those patterns, revealing strange expressions. The clan who has matchless contributions, glory flowing through their blood, the imperishable imprint. Xianming commented like this, referring to the imprint between Xiao's brows. Xiao's body trembled. The so-called sinner's blood, the imprint of humiliation on his forehead actually had this type of truth behind it. The undead knights knew of it. The ones who used to be feared, suspected, looked down on by some clans, believing that they had sinned, their blood impure, even slandered that what flowed through their bodies was sinner's blood. Now had the criminal charges overthrown by the two undead knights. After learning some of the truth, Xiao's expression became complicated. His forehead was shining, his gait steady and firm as he walked towards that city. What exactly is going on? Please tell me everything in detail. Xiao asked for guidance. This was related to the fates of some clans in Imperial Pass. This city has existed for more than a single great era. It is the former site of the past true Imperial Pass. Sanzang immediately said this. The eras he spoke of were definitely not the same length of time as what normal people spoke of. It was because undead knights easily slept for an extremely long time, the units of time often measured in half-great eras. Then, he began to speak of some things. In the past, the true Imperial Pass was this one. Due to fighting year in and year out, it had become damaged, also previously surrounded by great forces, even trapped by unmatched formations. This was especially the case in one era when the Great Formation reached into the heavens, trapping this city, isolating it from the outside world. The Emperor City that had towered for endless time was thus abandoned, treated as a bridgehead castle, blocking at the very front. Meanwhile, in the back, the creatures that didn't fall into danger built a new great city. Xiao listened, not saying anything. Undead knights always remained as bystanders. Only when they woke up from their slumber would they pay attention to the battle situation. They definitely wouldn't understand all of the truth. This original Imperial Pass has great power. Even if its size isn't comparable to the new Emperor City that towers into the heavens, its sturdiness and strength exceeds the latter. It had previously been soaked in the blood of true immortals and undying existences, even undying kings falling on the city walls, immortal kings dying in the city. Xianming revealed some shocking parts of history. According to legend, in the most glorious era, the most resplendent times, Emperor City was bathed in the divine splendor of the heavens, supporting the fates of all clans. There were heroic guests who frequented from immortal domain. That was why it had a brilliant past. In a certain ancient period, there was a grand occasion of bestowing great titles, clans with matchless contributions given the title of kings. As long as one was the head of a clan, then they could receive the title of king. As such, in the past, there was the Vermilion Bird King, Human King, Dragon King, When Shurhao heard these things, his mind trembled. When he was in the lower realm, he thought that the Vermilion Bird bloodline flowing through Fire Clan's Huolinger was because they were the descendants of the ancient Vermilion Bird, but now it seemed like it should be even more ancient. They really did have true Vermilion Bird blood flowing through them. Moreover, there were more than one human king. They were divided into 3 surnames. There were 2 or 3 individuals who were called kings, but now, their clans have most likely been eradicated. Shenming said. According to what she said, the kings of Desolate Border were not just 7 of them. That was the original Imperial Path's most glorious age. Sanzang even sighed with admiration. It was precisely because of this that such a great disturbance occurred, sensed by the undead knights. Some experts in the clan secretly recorded these things into burial books. The imperial paths of those times won decisive victories, bathed in the divine splendor of the heavens, shining with incomparably glory. In those times, even the outstanding figures of Immortal Domain wished to visit Imperial Pass, proving just how glorious this place was. It was definitely not something that happened in a single great era's time. Shurhao was speechless. The time period these two spoke of was definitely extremely ancient. There were many kings in the past, but later on only 7 kings remained. Moreover, Shurhao knew that since there were only 7 kings left, that meant that the city most likely only had 7 clans left. In the past, the title of king was a type of acknowledgement, a type of brilliant inheritance, something obtained with the blessing of all clans. That is why that type of imprint is a type of glory. According to what Sanzang said, the original kings had great divine abilities, received the blessing of all clans, thus forming even more powerful divine abilities. The glory was merged into their bones, forming patterns. You are saying that these patterns are glory, the blessings of the clans under the heavens? Shurhao was shocked. Correct. It was a grand occasion back then, startling even burial kings. There are recordings in burial books, burial kings personally looking into this. Sanzang nodded. These patterns were a type of blessing, having immeasurable abilities. When they were completely activated, they could protect the clan's people. Apart from this, there were other inheritances, as well as unmatched great divine abilities. This was the most crucial part. The glorious imprint formed from the king title patterns contained the clan's divine treasury, storing the highest extreme arts. Shurhao thought for a bit, recalling some things. His supreme being bones, as well as Shur Yi's dual pupils, were they the past divine abilities of the clans? Did some exceptional talents have inner secrets? Could this be used to explain this? Otherwise, why would a child's body produce unique, wondrous techniques? Those 7 kings, just how ancient of existences were they? Could they really live that long? Shurhao was doubtful. However, Shunming's following words made him understand some things. The original kings had long died, fought until their divine consciousness faded. It is because this ancient city had previously been captured, and then the residents were completely slaughtered. This is why Immortal Domain thus cut off their connection. The later kings might be successors, people of later times. The past glory, the extreme brilliance in later generations, the clans that were bestowed the title of king's most powerful individual became their kings. According to what Sanzang said, the original kings and the 7 kings were separated by endless time. They should be later generations. Shurhao frowned, not that convinced. He felt like there were some things that weren't that simple. Could it be that my previous understanding was wrong? The scenes we saw through the altar weren't things of this great era, but rather even more further back, the 7 that survived of the original kings. Or is this to say that the later generations produced 7 powerful heroes? Shurhao wasn't sure. Meanwhile, there were some truths in New Imperial Pass as well that could provide some clues, but he couldn't trust everything. The blessing of all clans, the glorious imprint that was formed, is it so ancient even the clans of later generations forgot about it? Shurhao said in self-mockery. However, when he thought of the 9 heavens' previous eradication, being slaughtered, this was still within reason. In reality, the destruction might not have all happened in a single great era. This might not be the sole reason for the severed inheritance. Of course, the most important thing was that Stone Clan later on seemed to have done some things that incurred the hostility of some clans, to the extent where they even acted out against Stone Clan, thus producing the sinner's blood saying. However, if the imprint on their foreheads was what they used as proof of guilt, then that was definitely absurd. They were gradually getting closer to the city. The uneven surface was covered in quite a few remains, some still lifelike, making one suspect if they still had life. Xinming carefully examined them, confirming that they were all already dead, to the extent where she checked if their magical force and essence blood dried up, or else there was no way there wouldn't be any power released from them. Only what they were confused about was why the flesh exterior could still be preserved so well. That is, Sanzang was shocked. In that vacant area not far from the ancient city was a pile of bones. They were burning, piled up together, the fiery light releasing a faint red color. They could vaguely make out that in the flames, among the skeletons, there was some flesh that hadn't been completely burned through, still having half of their faces. Around the fiery light were all types of symbols. Those were matchless formations, isolating the fiery light. This formation is an undying level 1. Xinming couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This meant that endless years ago, from the past until now, the flesh and bones had always been burning. The origins were too terrifying. Moreover, they noticed that there was more than one fire. There were many flames. These types of existences were all being destroyed under the city. In order to prevent the aura of destruction from leaking out, they were sealed by symbols. On the city wall, there are living creatures. When they got closer, Sanzang was speechless. This was extremely shocking. After endless time passed, this city still had people? Sure Hao was stupefied. He raised his head towards the area above the city walls. There really were people, living creatures. They are children? They were some ragged children from 8 or 9 to 15 or 16 years of age. Their faces were dirty, clothes incredibly tattered. Apart from this, they also saw a few elders. They were extremely weak, as if they had been seriously injured, their foundations damaged, currently looking down with serious expressions. These individuals could be described as old and sickly. After all these years have passed, there are still people overlooking this place, never leaving? Even Xinming was shocked. With so much time having passed, who do they even fight in this great era? Sure Hao's expression changed. In that instant he thought of something. Now that it floated high up in the sky, was this above heaven abyss? Could it be them, the survivors of the true original Imperial Pass that were protecting the core of heaven abyss watching over this path? Outside New Imperial Pass on the Great Desert, there was a heaven abyss that stopped undying beings and undying kings from crossing. No one could say for sure what exactly was the reason. In this great era, during the early years, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were extremely calm, not threatened. However, this place was different. The foreign creatures had always been trying to break through. These people, these shabby-clothed, sickly elders and children, was it them who were holding this place down, blocking at the very front? Clansmen? On the city, an elder stared at Sure Hao, looked at that symbol light flame that burned between his brows, speaking with difficulty, his old eyes revealing a bit of brilliance. The elder said clansmen. This made Sure Hao tremble inwardly. This elder's beard and hair were all white, body shriveled and dried up, only having a single arm. His clothes were ragged, carrying traces of blood. His face was covered in wrinkles, eyes turbid, body extremely weak. The word clansman made Sure Hao produce an inwardly bitter feeling, his emotions immediately surging. Was this a clansman of his? Did he fight at the very forefront all this time? Just how much suffering did they endure? How much bitterness? Even the children and elders were forced to ascend the wall. Were there no more robust men anymore? Could it be that they already all died in battle? Senior, Sure Hao called out, looking towards the weak elder on the city wall, feeling a wave of respect, even more so a wave of surging emotions. He really wanted to change all of this. On the city wall, the children with the dirty faces were roughly 8 or 9 years old, the older ones 15 or 16. They were all on guard, looking downwards. Their faces had all become numb. Only within the depths of their eyes was there a hint of curiosity as they looked at the people below the city walls. One could imagine what these children had to go through, how much death they had to have witnessed to become like this. Extremely miserable great battles definitely happened here. Their tender faces that originally should be youthful and full of life were all numbed, preparing to be replaced. Meanwhile, the younger children were a bit nervous. On the city wall, the elder waved his hand. He only had one arm, the broken arm unable to be regenerated. There were terrifying natural laws eating at his flesh and blood, attacking at the dark red blood scabs. He hinted for the children to move back. "You are a clansman? From outside?" He spoke, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. His voice hoarse, moreover, the enunciation unclear. It was as if the only thing this place had were battles, blood, and ruthless killing. Even Xinming and Sanzang were moved. Just how many years had it been since he last spoke? What exactly did these people go through? Could it be that they continued to defend this place bitterly all this time? That they were still fighting? This was likely an abandoned place. The outside world thought that this city had long withered away, becoming a city of death. Yet there were a group of old and sickly elders still watching over it. What kind of willpower was this? What kept them going all this time? "You aren't a true immortal. How did you enter?" the elder asked, two streaks of light flying out from his turbid eyes. His single arm held a bronze hatchet. From these words, Xianxia obtained a shocking piece of information. Those who weren't at the true immortal level couldn't approach this place at all. Then they gave the city wall another look. Those places had bones that were burning, undying level fluctuations. They were restricted by formations, proving some of their speculations. It really is strange if we talk about it. Before these clansmen, before these people who bitterly defended the ancient city by themselves, Xianxia didn't hide anything, telling them everything that happened. Even though the events were complicated, difficult to believe, he still told them everything. "Clansmen, stand on that piece of limestone." On the city wall, the elder pointed at a limestone below the city wall. It was 3 square feet, extremely simple and ancient, nothing special about it. When Xianxia heard this, he directly stepped on it without any hesitation. Chi! The limestone immediately shone. A flame wrapped around Xianxia, surrounding his vessel and bones, not even letting his soul go. Xinming cried out in alarm, almost taking action, but she endured that urge. It was extremely strange. The fiery light didn't injure Xianxia, instead, he felt warm. The symbols on his forehead became even more brilliant, as if it was supported by a type of power. "It is not the other side pretending to be one of us." The elder nodded. Many people on the wall, including the children, released a sigh. This stone could confirm if one was a true stone clansman. "Please raise your head and look at us," the elder said carefully. There was a bone mirror hanging above the city gates. It was extremely smooth. At this time, a streak of light shone down, entering Xianxia's sea of consciousness, seeping into his soul. During this process, Xianxia didn't resist, instead quietly waiting. Behind him, the 2 golden undead knights' expressions changed, quickly backing up. They definitely didn't want to be shown by this immortal mirror, let it understand everything about them. If that happened, their lives would be in the hands of others. However, Xianxia was just that relaxed, not resisting. "He is a clansman. He came with goodwill, not lying." The elder was moved. The others on the city wall all revealed expressions of joy, those children cheering. "Do you too wish to be examined? Or will you back up?" The elder looked at the 2 golden undead knights. Xinming and Sanzang gave each other a look, both of them backing up, staying far enough away. Chi! On the ground, an expanse of fiery light shone. It was blue-colored like the flames of the underworld. It was as if a wave of undying energy pervaded the air, forming a wall of impassable flames. The 2 golden undead knights couldn't see anything, nor could they hear anything. Below the wall, Xianxia stood there alone, waiting calmly. Suddenly, divine light flashed. That single-armed elder suddenly appeared, opening the defenses, walking out alone. "Let's sit. The inside of the city is overcast. It's been many years since I last spoke," almost forgetting how to. The elder said, sitting on a piece of limestone. Why? You all guard this place bitterly. Where are the others? Where are they? Why haven't they withdrawn to New Imperial Pass? Shurhao asked. There were already answers to some of these questions, but he still wanted confirmation. This was the order of our predecessors, to persevere until the end. It is because a group of clansmen have already been sent out, letting them scatter the branches and leaves. These individuals keeping the bloodline intact is already enough. The elder said. He gave Shurhao a look. Shurhao felt as if thunder struck his body. He understood. The clansmen that were sent out were precisely their ancestors. Fortunately, they were still alive, in charge of continuing the clan's bloodline. Meanwhile, the sickly elders were the ones left behind, as well as their descendants. They were in charge of fighting bloody battles, the ones to struggle to the end until they die in battle. How are the clansmen outside? Have they flourished, spread their branches and leaves? The elder asked. Shurhao's face became a bit rigid, wishing to hide things with a smile, but he found that he couldn't do so. Could it be that he was to tell them that even though they weren't wiped out, they were being oppressed, becoming sinners' blood descendants? What's wrong? The elder quickly asked. Shurhao remained quiet for a moment. In the end, he directly told things as they were. These types of things couldn't be hidden. What? The elder erupted into fury, his expression changing. However, he was originally already about to stand up, but in the end he sat down again, releasing a sigh. The human kings of the 7 kings, which is Stone King and the others, they took the heads of a few great figures in the 9 heavens. This should be why there is this misunderstanding. The elder said. What? Why? Shurhao was shocked. He didn't expect to touch upon the secrets as soon as he came into contact with this elder. They were corrupted by the inauspicious, those people were about to change. So they asked Stone King and the others to take action. Immediately cut them down, erase their primordial spirits. The single-armed elder sighed. In that instant, Shurhao's fine hairs stood on end. That so-called inauspicious, the terrifying ominous, it had such long-lasting effects. He immediately thought of many things. That blood-soaked black ancient boat that drifted through the void. Shurhao had previously gotten on it. This was also where he first learned of the desolate border 7 kings. Meanwhile, on that ship, there was the ominous and inauspiciousness. One of the kings even using his corpse to suppress the strange things there. What was even more terrifying was the stone cauldron there. Inside should be many bloody heads. The severed heads of immortal Taoists. When were they killed? How were they cut down? Could it be that they were also experts corroded by inauspiciousness? Apart from this, not long ago he had even entered immortal domain, looked down on by those creatures, shown contempt. At the same time, immortal domain's people were on guard, fearing that those of the lower realms would contaminate immortal domain, guarding against inauspiciousness. These were all major things. Back then, there were people who knew about these things, so they shouldn't have been misunderstood. There were true immortals who were still alive in the 9 heavens. Did those 2 or 3 individuals not stand out? The single-armed elder stood up, his expression serious. Shurhao was stunned. The 9 heavens had true immortals? How terrifying of a thing was this? Why did they never come out to fight? Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Sword Valley? What kind of attitude did they have? The elder asked. They are precisely the ones who claimed my clan's descendants have sinner's blood. Shurhao replied. The elder's expression became ice-cold. And then he asked, has the true immortal from the Bronze Immortal Palace appeared in the world to berate them? The Bronze Immortal Palace has a true immortal sleeping inside? Shurhao was stunned. He had previously fought with Immortal Palace's inheritor, fighting a great battle, both of them standing against each other. When the elder heard this, he immediately understood, releasing a sigh. After fighting with the Kuan Peng bloodline, have their eyes been covered by blood? The elder said with a sigh. Then he erupted with anger, releasing a low roar. Anyone would get angry over this. They were still shedding blood, fighting bravely here, fighting until only the old and weak remained. Yet the clansmen back home were slandered, harmed, humiliated, called Sinner's Blood Descendants. Vermilion King died early. With his fiery temper, he would have definitely slaughtered his way back without any regard for the consequences. The single-armed elder said. Sure How was absent-minded, great waves surging within him. It was because now he learned many secrets. If this information got out, it would definitely shake up everything. What a pity. The spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. We can't leave even if we wanted to. Should the city stand, then the people will live. If the city dies, then people will die. The elder released a long sigh. Sure How couldn't calm down for a long time. The bronze immortal palace had a true immortal sleeping inside. Apart from this, there were other immortals that existed in this world. These individuals had a grudge against the Kuan-Pong. How many people are left in the city? Only after a long time had passed did Sure How ask this. Not many, some clans already completely wiped out, some clans only having some sickly elders. The strong have pretty much all fallen in battle. The single-armed elder said with a sigh, carrying dejection and sorrow. This was a lonely city, one that received no assistance, standing at the very forefront. Even if the experts in the city were as common as clouds, they still couldn't withstand this type of exhaustion. As he looked at the city walls, at the mottled traces, Sure How seemed to have heard shouts of war. He could vaguely make out the scenes he saw on the black ancient ship. Many people were guarding the city, the most powerful naturally desolate border's 7 kings. However, there were too many enemies, not withdrawing after endless battles, blood soaking this place red. Later on, the women, children, and even elders ascended the city, protecting it together, participating in the blood-soaked great battle. The disaster of the past. Are they going to continue now? Sure How said to himself. He was indignant over his clan's affairs. They were fighting bloodily at the forefront, yet the people in the back were put to the blade. The 9 heavens have problems. Even if those 2 or 3 true immortals are dying, they shouldn't have not expressed anything even now. The single-armed elder released a light sigh. They actually didn't stand out for Stone Clan, Fire Clan, and the others, instead slandering them. The single-armed elder was furious. Apart from this, there are some matters that might also be the source of the misunderstanding. Back then, the city's kings had taken the heads of great ones from the 9 heavens, and previously let some people go back to the foreign realm. The elder suddenly spoke of some past events. Let some go back to the foreign realm? Sure How immediately thought of many things. Why was this? Was there a mole? Insincerely defecting to the other side. However, the single-armed elder didn't say too much, only lightly sighing. There were definitely some hidden secrets. Regardless, there are people in the 9 heavens side who know the entire truth, yet they actually ignored the humiliation dealt to my clan. This is extremely bad, the elder said coldly. Sure How thought to himself for a bit. He felt like the 9 heavens were a mess. Some things not things he could understand. After all these years passed, have you all defended this city bitterly alone? Sure How asked again. This wasn't worth it at all. We defend the front. Our clansmen spread the branches and scatter the leaves in the back. Isn't this quite good? The elder laughed, but it made one feel inwardly sore. This bloodline already carried the determination to die while protecting this city. What about the 7 kings? Were there still any of them that were alive? This was something Sure How really wanted to know. The 7 great figures' roars shook the sun and moon, shattered mountains and rivers. They kept the foreign great army in check, truly matchless and incomparable. Could he meet them personally? In the end, Sure How couldn't hold himself back, asking this. There are some who are still alive, but their time is limited. After the others died in battle, they burned their own bones to support this city. The single-armed elder said with a numbed expression. There was sorrow in the depths of his eyes, as well as grief. However, his current expression was because just too many have died already, even the 7 kings falling one after another. What else could be said? Burning their own bones to support this city? Sure How was confused. He looked below the city wall, at the burning undying bones. It is something similar, but the bones below the city walls are those of the enemy, using the city to extract their power. After the 7 kings died, they burned their true bodies on their own accord, igniting their precious bones to grant the city energy. The single-armed elder said. When Shurhao heard this, he was greatly moved. The foreign side's undying beings, as well as even higher ancient ancestors and undying kings, if they come knocking on the city walls, would this place be able to hold them back? Shurhao asked, inwardly carrying many doubts. After all these years have passed, isn't this city still standing here? This lonely city is still here, the single-armed elder said with a sigh. But how much misery and sadness was involved in this? Just how many lives were paid to accomplish this? Shurhao trembled. Just how did they accomplish this? No matter how much they sacrificed, it should still be extremely difficult to stop the enemy. This ancient city has tremendous power, and it can be used to control Heaven Abyss. Stop the foreign matchless expert steps. The elder said. Shurhao learned a shocking secret. By grasping this city, one could control the power of Heaven Abyss. This was precisely how they stalled the foreign great army. What is Heaven Abyss? A sea of natural laws, the power of unmatched judgment. Before cutting off connection with the world, Immortal Domain also helped us arrange some things. However, that type of power is about to run out. Heaven Abyss is related to Immortal Domain, even connected. The elder directly told him. Shurhao trembled inwardly. The things he learned today were all secrets after all. Let's go in the city so you can take a look, the single-armed elder said, actually bringing Shurhao inside the city. He had long lowered his guard. This was the first time someone was brought in after endless time. Shurhao had many questions. Even though just now, the elder directly told him some great secrets, he didn't have time to ask things in detail yet. He felt like there were many things on the elder's mind, as if he was trying to make choices, having some things to say. Senior, what's wrong? Shurhao asked. The great decisive battle is about to arrive. This lonely city, this deathly still ancient land, perhaps it might reach its end, cease to exist. The elder released a light sigh. What? Shurhao was shocked. The great decisive battle was arriving? This was definitely a huge deal. However, did new Imperial Pass people know about this? We had a premonition for some time already. Just today, there might be undying beings knocking on our doors. They might really start to attack the 9 heavens 10 earths, the single-armed elder said. At this time, the city gate flashed with light. The 2 individuals disappeared from their original location, directly entering the city. While entering the city was like a giant soul body, examining him, confirming that there was nothing wrong, and only then did they appear in the city. Inside the ancient city it was extremely quiet, extremely spacious. Several elders were leading ragged-clothed children, all of them sizing up Shurhao. Of course, there were others, but compared to this grand giant city, the number of people were negligible, too few in number. After experiencing the flames of war, the past ancient city of glory was about to collapse. There were dried bloodstains on the ground. The streets, buildings, and other things were all incredibly ancient. As they proceeded, Shurhao saw some women, as well as a few even younger children. Their faces were all dirty, extremely nervous as they looked at Shurhao. There were no cheers of joy or smiles. The atmosphere in the city heavy and oppressive. The inauspicious previously urged some foreign experts, its source rumored to be in the innermost depths of the foreign side. However, there are some who do not believe this to be the case. Along the way, the elder talked to Shurhao, telling him some old things. Even the things he randomly talked about were serious information for Shurhao. That is, Shurhao stared into the distance. There was a giant palace, the entire building covered in overflowing fiery light, almost transparent. One could vaguely see several kings seated there, burning their true selves, their bones burning, flesh releasing spiritual essence, supporting this city. After falling in battle, they still continue to protect this place, the elder said extremely calmly. However, Shurhao knew just how much grieving, helplessness, and sorrow there was behind this. These were world-shocking great figures, yet their ends were so miserable. Not far out, there were people sobbing. These were children, skinny, their figures not tall, faces full of dirt. They shed tears in front of that palace. The children were crying, extremely sad. It made others also feel extremely bad. The descendants of the 7 kings, they are now all extremely pitiful. The single-armed elder released a light sigh. Was this type of price they paid worth it? However, the ancestors gave the order to protect this place to the death, for them not to shrink back. They had to stay with this city, die with it. I hope you can bring these children with you, the single-armed elder said. He wished to go against his ancestors' orders, to make an exception. Let these children live. Mom, where's Dad? When is he coming back? Not far out, a 4 or 5-year-old child wearing tattered beast skin clothes asked. He'll come back when you grow up. That woman's eyes carried tears, consoling her child like this. What about eldest brother, second brother, third brother, and the others? Why haven't they returned yet? The small child asked. That woman couldn't hold back, really wishing to cry. She already lost her husband and 3 children. When she was asked like this, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Grandma, when can I see Dad? Also, uncles, big brothers, they have been gone for a long time too, not coming back after so long. Also, I've never met Grandpa. Not far out, a small girl in the corner timidly asked an old woman. The old woman's body was shriveled, face full of wrinkles. She didn't say anything, only reaching out a rough hand, gently stroking the little girl's dirty cheeks. Bring all of the women and children. Let the children leave for a better place, Xianxia said, greatly shaken up, feeling absolutely terrible. It was because these were the things most commonly seen throughout the city. Yet there was so much sadness and grief. Xianxia's mind was heavy. After entering this ancient imperial past lonely city, he learned a lot about the truth. He found it hard to smile, feeling extremely downcast. This was especially when the great decisive battle was about to arrive. The decision of fate, what will it really be like? Everything here might reach its end. The city was extremely large, but it lacked life force because the number of people here was too small. The ancient city was majestic. Even though it was starting to break apart, it still didn't lose its imposing and awe-inspiring aura. Unfortunately, only some women, children, and weak elderly were left. The city was too large, people too few. This is the king's place of residence. The single-armed elder brought Xianxia to a short mountain. It was inside the city, only the foot of the mountain was full of weeds, this place completely silent. On the mountains, there was a dried, black, bloody trace, withered and lacking life force. There was still a single king left. What was he like now? Was he still alive? Not even the people in the city knew the details. He was already in a critical state. The 7 kings' last survivor rarely took action. It was because keeping this lonely city standing was extremely difficult. As long as he was still alive, only then would this city not fall, only then could they use the power of Heaven Abyss. I pay my respects to the king. The single-armed elder carried reverence, full of sincerity as he bowed before this short mountain. Xianxia pays his respects to the ancient ancestor. Xianxia was also extremely serious, his face carrying a respectful expression. Regardless, the 7 kings were all incomparable heroes, worthy of respect. They led the clan's people in battle here, never cowering back, holding the enemy back beyond desolate border, using blood and lives to defend the 9 heavens 10 earths. He couldn't forget the scenes he saw on the black ancient ship's altar. The 7 kings roared, fighting into the heavens and down to the earth, bringing their clansmen, including the women and children, old and weak, fighting the enemy to the end. Corpses fell one after another, blood soaking the ancient city. Their contributions were incomparable, yet no one in the outside world knew about them. After endless years passed, their efforts and names were completely buried. Suddenly, the short mountain shone, extremely gentle and extremely calm, the radiance spreading outwards. I am already aware of your intentions. Bring those children out of this place. This was what he said to the single-armed elder. There was no pressure, no energy fluctuations, everything just that calm. However, Sure Hao felt a type of incredible grandeur. It didn't oppress others, but was definitely surging with vitality, inviolable, powerful, and grand. The single-armed elder's old eyes immediately became sore, turbid tears tumbling down. He immediately knelt down, saying with a trembling voice, "Thank you, great king. It is I who was useless, wronging those children." The last of the 7 kings said, releasing a light sigh. It was full of melancholy, like a fallen yellow leaf. Then, the short mountain's radiance receded, but the voice sounded one last time, directed at Sure Hao. There was only a single word. Live. Was this a warning, or something more serious? Or maybe he foresaw something. It was just one word, yet Sure Hao felt like this was the night before the storm. Great waves were about to stir. What it foretold were rivers of blood, mountains of corpses. Perhaps many will die. Only one of the 7 kings remained. He was extremely downcast, seemingly not optimistic about the 9 heavens side. Was this a type of advice for Sure Hao, telling him that surviving was the most important? Even after they left the mountain for a long time, the single-armed elder still didn't say anything, absent-minded, expression in his eyes a bit sluggish. He knew that the last king carried endless exhaustion and sadness. After fighting for endless generations, his fighting aura had completely dried up, blood and soul about to return to the yellow earth. In the city, the children were all extremely sad, rarely speaking. They were all extremely quiet. Even though it was the first time they saw Sure Hao, they still all quietly watched. This was caused by the pressure of the great battle. Normally, there were no cheers or laughter in the city. They didn't have their naivety, their immaturity, no joy, only the struggle for survival, protecting this city. These children all lost their fathers, lacking the warmth they should have. What they faced was a cold land, ice-cold weapons, as well as blood and bones. Dang! A bell sound rang out. Everyone's eyes immediately shone brightly, even the children starting to quickly run, rushing towards the city walls. In their hands were various magical artifacts, all of them extremely mysterious and extremely powerful. Sure Hao was immediately shocked. These children were extremely strong and vigorous, far exceeding their counterparts of the outside world. They were fast like small leopards. The killing intent they released not any inferior to vicious beasts. Even children who were only a few years old appeared extremely vigorous. However, children were still children in the end. Holding weapons in their hands was only the fostering of a type of willpower, even more so because there really was no one left in the city. The strong men had all died in battle. What happened? Sure Hao asked. There are enemies invading, the single-armed elder replied. He brought Sure Hao with him, rushing in a direction, traveling through the void, quickly arriving on one side of the wall, looking downwards. A layer of light already surged, protecting the entire ancient city. This was a barrier of light formed from symbols, able to block the attacks of the undying existences. Below the city, there was a vicious beast that was incredibly massive. It had 2 heads. One was an alligator head, golden and resplendent. The other a pung head, fierce and sinister. Its body was extremely large, having an alligator body, but also had a pair of giant golden wings behind him, these being pung wings. It was clear that this was an extremely powerful race. When the single-armed elder saw this creature, his expression immediately became serious. Sure Hao had previously heard that the creatures who could arrive before the city walls were all undying beings. Was this a true undying creature? Fortunately, Sanzang and Xinming were not at this side of the city, or else they would undoubtedly be in danger. Luckily, it is just a corpse. Someone is using its body to test Emperor City. The single-armed elder released a breath of relief. This was only the body of a vicious beast. The undying beings borrowed the corpse of a creature to attack the ancient city, moreover frequently doing this recently. According to the elder's suspicions, the great decisive battle was arriving soon. The elder waved his hand, having the children make their moves. Their exchange was extremely simple, practically not needing any words. Meanwhile, even though this wasn't an undying being great enemy, it was still extremely terrifying. However, the single-armed elder actually handed the task over to the children, had them attack. The group of children were silent, but they were all decisive. They had long occupied different spots on the wall, holding magical artifacts, silently activating symbols, stirring on divine power. Hong! This wall seemed to be reviving. It released weak light, and then powerful sword radiance hacked outwards, striking towards that ancient beast. Secret treasure. Those children were all using special secret treasures that could resonate with the walls, activating the defensive symbols and offensive techniques. However, those small faces were all pale, lacking color. Soon afterwards, one of them sat down, quietly chanting sacrificial text, connecting with the flames within the city. Those flames were extremely special. They were all bones, undying power released from them. They were borrowing wisps and strands of divine light, releasing them through magical artifacts. They have to do such dangerous things even when they are this young? Hao frowned. This looked simple, but it was actually extremely dangerous. Those undying being skeletons, even though they were restricted by the symbols of formations, each time only a small amount of power borrowed. If a single bit of undying flames erupted, it would be enough for them to die 10,000 times over. Moreover, if anything happened when those magical formations were being transmitted out, then it would be a great disaster. Of course, Hao had to give credit to the people in the city, creating a secret method that allowed even children to participate. They all had this type of courage, not cowering at all in the face of the enemy, all of them firm and persistent. Can this be considered dangerous? Their fathers, ancestors, tens, hundreds, thousands of people sacrificed their lives, carrying the undying creature's bone flames while rushing out, following the kings together in battle. The single-armed elder calmly said, "This really was cruel and bloody, completely using their own lives as the price." Yet the elder said it so calmly. "The price for summoning the power of heaven abyss is even greater," he said with a sigh. During those dangerous times, it was perhaps only used to deal with undying kings. Pooh! There were some children's small faces that became deathly pale. Even though their strength was far greater than those of ordinary people, in the end, they were still too young. They spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. Someone walked up, bringing them away, carefully caring for them. Being born here, what kind of lives could they lead? The single-armed elder said. This simple sentence explained everything. Reality was just that cruel. Being carefree and without worries, growing up with bright smiles, that was impossible. In this place, just surviving was a blessing. Chong chong chong. The city wall continuously shone, releasing sword energy, blasting that ancient beast back. However, they were still only a group of children in the end. Even if they borrowed various powers of this place, the activation techniques were still insufficient. In the end, there were still some elders who took action, operating it together. The wall erupted with endless light, forming a blood-colored war halberd in front of the city. It hacked outwards. Pooh! The beast's head was removed, a strand of willpower fleeing. In the end, this ancient beast was dragged into the city. Of course, after passing through the city gates, symbol light shone, purifying its body, destroying all life force to prevent an accident from occurring. At nightfall, a flame burned in the city. Beast bones were burning, forming a bonfire. Hao sat on one side, watching the quietly sitting, completely silent children wait for food. He found it hard to remain calm himself. Have a piece. The taste isn't that bad. The single-armed elder handed a piece of meat to Hao, precisely today's spoils. This meat contained astonishing essence energy, something only ancient beasts with terrifying bloodlines had. If the children wanted to eat it, the elders had to help them refine it first. Hao finally understood why, even though these children weren't old, they were all strong, strength far exceeding those their age. Throughout the years, they were always eating vicious beasts. If they were brought into the outside world and properly nurtured, they would definitely become a group of human-shaped vicious beasts with extraordinary potential, all of them good saplings. The foreign vicious beasts have some inauspicious substance in their bodies. Eating too much of it isn't good. It will create a strange sickness. Some of the vicious beast corpses left behind from those ancient great battles are filled with even more astonishing divine force. The single-armed elder said. Inauspicious. Sure How was shocked. When eaten for a long time, if one doesn't take the time to purify it, they will lose their minds. The elder nodded, telling Sure How to pay attention to refining it. According to the elder's suspicions, it wasn't just one or two types of vicious beasts in the other side who were like this. The other king clans might also have a bit of inauspiciousness inside of them. It was just a matter of how much. Children, send your mothers and grandmothers your goodbyes today. Tell them everything you want to tell them that is buried within your hearts. The single-armed elder stood up, speaking towards those children next to the bonfires. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, you all are leaving for another place to learn more powerful skills. When you all are strong enough, come back with your loved ones and fight together with us old fellas, the single-armed elder said with a loud voice. However, Sure How could hear his voice shaking. These were words that carried emotions, soul-moving. This was going to be an eternal parting. A few older kids stood up, saying, No, we want to stay here and fight. The city is still here, people are still here. We are going to fight together with the ancestors. Our blood is going to stay here. We are also going to stay behind. We aren't leaving. This is our home. Even if we die in battle, our blood and bones have to be buried here. A group of youngsters shouted, stirred up. It was because they knew the elders wanted them to leave alive, to not come back again. All of you, shut up. You all are to go back now. Properly accompany your mothers and grandmothers. Talk to them a bit more. Gather here early tomorrow morning. The single-armed elder shouted. The bonfire stopped burning, the city becoming dusky. This moment, for many of these children, had a huge impact. It was as if the heavens were falling. They were going to leave this place. However, they had already lived here for so many years, born here, so they weren't willing to go. Early the next morning, a strand of multicolored light appeared. The single-armed elder, together with some old comrades, raised these children one after another themselves, bringing them to the public square. It's time to go. If any of you have skills like your ancestors, at the weakest able to shoot down a great star with an arrow, then you can come back. An elder roared. On the side stood the children's mothers and grandmothers. Right now, they were also a part of the main combat force, couldn't leave. The children were crying, those women also crying. Normally, they were all quiet, not saying much. Yet now they were all shouting, crying out, not willing to be separated. The children all rushed towards their loved ones. As if they had too many things they wanted to say. They all burst into tears. Their words while crying were much more than how much they usually spoke. When the sun rose again, Sure How brought the children away from here. The golden morning multicolored light dragged out long shadows behind them, as if reluctant to let them go. The multicolored light of morning shone gloriously. The group of quiet children were all crying as they left, sparkling teardrops hanging from their dirty faces. Sure How brought them out of Emperor City. In his hand was a bone tile. This was precisely the reason why he could come and go from this place. Shenming and Sanzang were shocked. They quickly arrived from the distance. They never expected him to come out with such a large group of kids. Several hundred of them in total. You went to visit your relatives? Shenming mocked. I did. Sure How replied seriously. This was precisely what happened. The two undead knights were stupefied. He really did visit his relatives? Just what kind of background did Huang have? He was of the same clan as those creatures in Emperor City. Even now, the bloodline connection was still close. How do we leave this place? We tried many times, but we couldn't break through this realm separation. Sanzang said. This floating continent had a realm separation wall around it that prevented outsiders from entering, unbreakable and impenetrable. Not even the two golden undead knights' methods could do anything. Let's go. Sure How didn't say anything. He had a bone tile on him that allowed him to move through. As expected, he was able to smoothly pass through with the group of children. Chi. Auspicious clouds rose, wrapping around the hundreds of children, bringing them down from the great desert, landing calmly on the ground. Even though their faces carried tears, these children were still shocked. They still ended up leaving the emperor city they grew up in, arriving in an unfamiliar world. This world was one they had gazed at from above, longed for, dreaming for a day when they could come here and spend their days in peace and tranquility. Today, their 2 feet landed on the ground. However, what was it going to be like in the future? It really wasn't easy. We finally returned, went full circle. Xunming lazily stretched out her body, looking into the distance. This time, their experience was too strange, setting off from the foreign ocean fall, encountering all types of bizarre things along the way. Now they finally returned to desolate border. Huang brat, how about you come to burial earth with us? We'll let you properly experience what is a pure land. It is even more holy than immortal domain, Xunming said temptingly. You really thought I never went to burial land? That place, apart from darkness and ancient coffins buried over the years. What else is there? Shihao said. Xunming rolled her eyes and said, That's because you lack knowledge and experience. How could the true golden undead knights be like this? The places burial kings reside in even more so wouldn't be inferior. There are long-life medicines planted there, the holiness exceeding immortal domain. Even a true phoenix became a chicken that roams the gates. Shihao naturally heard about this before. Burial region was extremely special, having divine and perfect pure lands. Forget it. I'll visit Imperial Pass first. Bring these clansmen over. Shihao feared that something unexpected might happen. He wanted to return to Imperial Pass, tell the people there that the foreign side were making big moves. Perhaps Heaven Abyss wouldn't be able to hold off the other side anymore, the old Imperial Pass about to be destroyed. Then what about the current Imperial Pass? It will most likely be broken through as well, right? When he thought of these things, Shihao's mind sunk, immediately feeling rushed, feeling that he couldn't waste time. We'll return to burial region first. Something might be happening. We'll learn about some things first. Sanzang said. The morning multicolored lights shone extremely brilliantly. The entire great desert was dyed in a faint layer of golden brilliance. This was a bright and beautiful early morning. On Imperial Pass walls, there was a place that could overlook the great desert. Each day, there were many experts covered in armor who patrolled this place. Enemies. Soon afterwards, someone noticed them, releasing a shout. It was because they saw a group of several hundred in number appear from the limits of the horizon. Compared to the great armies that easily reached tens of thousands in number, this group wasn't much at all, but the meaning was significant. There were people coming to attack Imperial Pass. Oh, a horn was blown. The expressions of everyone here became serious. They were covered in armor, weapons in hand, facing the great desert with serious and ice-cold expressions. The people inside Imperial Pass all felt that the atmosphere recently wasn't quite right, as if it was the calm before the storm, as if something terrifying was going to happen at any time. There are only a few hundred. Those are children? Someone activated their heavenly eyes, immediately noticing that something was strange. Wait, who am I looking at? Huang. I actually saw Huang. He is walking together with them. Someone shouted. Couldn't help but cry out in alarm. On the city wall, a group of people were petrified, as if they became clay sculptures. The Huang who was imprisoned in the other side became a prisoner. How did he return? Recently, there were always rumors of him going around, how he was displaying his might in the other side. There were even other rumors that he flew into the sky, escaping from that ancient realm. Apart from this, there were waves that rose and fell from time to time in the city. Great commotions produced over Huang's matter of being sent to the other side. Now, he actually appeared again. This was like something out of a dream. How could someone who was supposed to never be able to return come back? Huang returned. Someone hollered, immediately triggering a huge uproar, shaking up the guards in the distance. News spread like a volcano, sweeping through this entire place, quickly passing through the city. This was extremely shocking, leaving everyone stupefied. That youth, he actually managed to return? Be careful. Do not let him in. Stop him. Right at this time, someone shouted, warning loudly, fearing that someone might directly let Huang in. He cannot pass through. We have to treat this seriously. Be on guard, someone ordered. This place was in disorder. Who wants to stop Huang from returning? On the other side, there were also people who shouted. Who knows if he is real or fake? He has already been taken prisoner, so how could he escape back here? If there are foreign experts who are controlling his body, then it would be a great disaster. Someone said coldly. This place couldn't calm down, immediately becoming noisy. Indeed, Huang was already brought away, so how could he escape? This was a mystery that many people couldn't figure out. This was especially the case when he even brought back a large group of kids, leaving everyone even more shocked. Those children all wore simple and crude beast skin clothing that were in tatters, full of holes, their old clothes carrying traces of blood. Where did he bring them back from? Don't tell me this was from the other side. Sure Hao arrived at the bottom of the city, raising his head. Imperial Pass towered above the clouds, extending limitlessly, the end impossible to see. You are Huang? Someone asked from above. I am. Sure Hao's reply was extremely simple, asking them to please open the gates. We cannot open it. Right now, we cannot ascertain his identity at all. Someone stopped them. However, Sure Hao didn't get angry, nor did he get upset, because this was extremely normal. If the other side sent over a spy and they randomly let them in, it would be too much of a joke. You all can examine everything about me, Sure Hao said. Before entering the city, there was divine light that scattered down on his entire body. He asked for this to happen. Search him. Someone gave the order from above. Moreover, they quickly gave out a report. This type of thing had to be reported to the highest level figures on the level of Meng Tianjing. What? Huang. He returned alive? Ayo. When she heard the news, the lunar jade rabbit knocked over a pill refinement furnace, hurriedly rushing over. You were still alive. You came back. Qingyi muttered, quickly moving, also hurrying towards the city gate. I didn't hear wrong, right? You came back by yourself? I even woke up my master, preparing to settle things with Jin Taijun. Chao Yuxing laughed loudly. At the same time, he was a bit dumbstruck. He felt like this was too shocking. Huang came back. Qi Hong, exiled immortal, Shi Yi, Wei family's 4 phoenixes and other young outstanding talents, as well as older generation figures and others were all stupefied. It was because the news was too astonishing. This was like thunder exploding by their ears. Sure Hao was sent out, taken captive in the other side, becoming a prisoner. Could he really flee and come back? Many people moved, all of them heading towards the city gates. Below the city gates, Sure Hao was surrounded by a sphere of light. The people in the city were examining him, searching his roots, seeing if there were any powerful spirits attached to his body. Anyone who left Imperial Pass would have their life imprints recorded. Sure Hao left more than once, so now it was confirmed that it really was him. This immediately triggered a huge commotion. It really was Huang. He came back alive. At this moment, the city gates shone, covering him, currently examining if there were any dangers, any abnormalities. Sure Hao, is it you? I never thought I could see a living you. The little rabbit shouted, her words really not like those of a wise and virtuous lady. Haha, brother. If it really is you, when you come inside, I'll invite you for a drink. The younger generation expert Tugu Yulong also began to laugh. Many people sympathized with Huang. He established great merit, yet was sent off to the other side. This left many people indignant. Now, things really exceeded their expectations. On the city walls, many people enthusiastically greeted out, truly wishing for him to return safely. Of course, there were some, like Wang family and Jin family's people whose faces changed, especially Jin Taijun's bloodline, their faces even more so overcast. Back then, it was them who took the initiative to send out Sure Hao. There was nothing unexpected. He can enter the pass. Soon afterwards, the examination was complete. Under the cover of the formation, everything about Xianxia was normal. I need to bring them with me as well. Xianxia pointed at a group of children. These tatter-clothed children were all quiet, always following behind him quietly. Who are they? Did they come from the other side? I fear that we cannot permit it, someone said while shaking their heads. They couldn't let them in. Their parents' generation are all outstanding heroes, the descendants of warriors from that city in the sky. After all these years, they've always stopped the other side's main forces. Xianxia spoke, his voice full of emotions. That city still exists? There are still living creatures inside? It was clear that there were quite a few people in Imperial Pass who knew about that city. What proof do you have? Someone quickly asked. Many of them are like me. Their foreheads carries unique imprints, of the same bloodline as me, Xianxia said. They had the children exert magical force, display the symbols on their foreheads. Hong! At this moment, quite a few of the children's foreheads shone, releasing dazzling patterns. They burned like flames here. Sinner's bloodline, someone cried out in alarm. Sinner's blood's descendants. A few people were shocked. Shut up. Their ancestors have guarded the very front, fighting to the death without cowering, protecting the 9 heavens. If even this is sinner's blood, then everyone else, what do you all count as? Xianxia was furious. However, soon afterwards, he controlled his emotions. The main reason was because when he thought about these children's parents, ancestors, and others, it was too miserable. They defended at the very front, fighting as long as the city still stood, having great contributions, yet no one knew about them, their clansmen instead viewed as sinners' blood descendants. I can confidently say that they are all descendants of heroes who have matchless contribution. What sinners' blood? Who were the ones who put this title on them? This debt has yet to be properly settled, Xianxia said. He was extremely direct, quickly and simply explaining some of the original imperial city's matters. Now, only the sick and elderly are left, but they are still defending the city. Who dares call them the descendants with sinners' blood? Who dares say this one more time? Xianxia shouted. On the city walls, many people were shocked, speechless. However, what proof is there? Someone said quietly, expressing doubt. I believe it. Right at this time, Meng Tianzheng appeared, standing there, mighty like a mountain. Activate the bone mirror. Shine the divine light on them. If there is nothing wrong, then bring all of them in, Meng Tianjing ordered. In the great desert skies, a snake Yuxia appeared, moving about. Because it was too far, it was like a speck of silver light. It stared into Imperial Pass direction. How sharp was Xianxia? His mind sunk, feeling a wave of restrained killing intent. That was a foreign king clan, a clan with great flight abilities. It was monitoring Imperial Pass. In the skies, the snake Yuxia was shocked. It actually saw Huang, the youngster who fled from the other side. It was stirred up and excited. It had a human torso, limbs and others. Its head was that of a silver snake, a snake tail extending from its vertebra. Apart from this, it had a pair of silvery white Yuxia wings. This clan was exceptionally ferocious. It wanted to immediately send news back, because there were great figures who weren't too far out, trying to cross heaven abyss. This was definitely a great contribution. If it could immediately report back, the snake Yuxia would definitely be generously rewarded. Huang, I hope you aren't able to return that quickly, that your return to the pass will be delayed, the snake Yuxia sneered. With a so noise, it spread its wings, rushing towards the other side of the great desert. Chong! A space-shattering sound rang out, erupting like wind and thunder, actually approaching it. It was too fast, exceeding its imagination. This was a golden spear formed from lightning. With a pu sound, it pierced through its body. Blood splashed out. At the same time, it exploded to pieces. It died. The snake Yuxia gave that youngster a look, discovering that his expression was indifferent. Standing in the great desert, just retracting his hand, the lightning radiance in his palm disappearing. Oh! A long cry rang out, released by the last of its fragmented consciousness, shaking the sky domain. So. Figures appeared one after another, some blood red like giant falcons, some demonic birds wrapped within black flames. There was blue-colored fiery light that overflowed into the heavens, as well as 3-footed wyverns. More than 10 experts with great flight abilities appeared. They were extremely strong, all of them self-release realm great cultivators. Creatures of this level were actually directly sent to monitor Imperial Pass, enough to prove that they were making great moves. In the past, these experts were all used to lead troops into battle. Oh! Great roars rang in all directions, shaking up the great desert. When the foreign troops discovered Huang, they immediately released warning sounds, informing the great figures in the depths of the great desert. Hong Long. Immediately afterwards, an undying aura spread, fluctuations of the highest level spreading. The power crushed the sky dome, engulfing the great desert, rushing over. However, it was stopped by heaven abyss. Invite them into the city, Meng Tianjing shouted. Divine light shone, long passing over these children's bodies, not discovering any irregularities. Qi. In the skies, bone spears flew over one after another, incomparably thick, able to pierce through heaven and earth, easily make divine mountains shatter. The target was precisely Shi Hao as well as those children. Shi Hao's eyes were ice cold. Between his palms and fingers, natural laws interweaved. Thunder rumbled, suddenly forming a lightning imprint. With a hong noise, it smashed towards the skies, shattering all of the symbols and brilliance in the heavens. An intense explosion happened there. Excellent! On the city walls, many people cheered. Huang's power advanced by leaps and bounds again. Qi. With a raise of Shi Hao's hands, a wide blade appeared, formed from lightning. It was brandished fiercely, directly reaching into the horizon. Pooh! Under the dazzling electrical radiance, that lightning blade tore through heaven and earth. With a pu sound, a black demonic bird was hacked down, blood splashing everywhere. He was the strong? Everyone's expressions changed, sucking in a cold breath. That was but a flying self-release realm creature, yet it was directly cleaved apart before Shi Hao. In the sky, those dozen or so self-release realm scouts backed up, not daring to approach anymore. However, in the back, there were even more terrifying fluctuations coming over, foreign experts and supreme beings appearing. At the same time, someone beside Shi Hao moved. Meng Tianjing stood there, looking at the other side. Pong! He pushed his palm outwards, as if warning the other side, also as if cutting off some type of aura, shaking up the great desert. We are withdrawing first, he said. The children had already entered the city, while he and Shi Hao held up the rear, calmly returning to Imperial Pass. Soon afterwards, figures appeared in the limits of the desert one after another. They were like giants that towered in this world, even taller than mountain peaks, even more imposing. Their eyes were cold as they stared over. It was clear that after they heard Huang appeared, supreme beings directly appeared, moreover immediately 6 of them. One could see just how much importance they attached to this, wishing to capture him back. It was because Huang escaped from the foreign side. This was a mistake they could not forgive. This was a type of humiliation. He was just a small cultivator, yet he actually fled by himself. Hand over Huang, or else Imperial Pass destruction is imminent. A muffled voice sounded like thunder, ringing through heaven and earth. Even the great desert rumbled with noise. These were the low, roaring voices of supreme beings. If there wasn't Imperial Pass protecting them, many people would explode to pieces. Get lost! Great Elder Meng Tianjing only had these 2 words in reply. Right now, in Imperial Pass, there were loud cheers erupting with noise. A group of youngsters rushed over, surrounding Shi Hao, expressing happiness for his safe return. The lunar jade rabbit had her arms around his shoulder, as if they were brothers, saying, "Bro, you made us worried for nothing." Chong Gongyan walked up, forcefully patting Shi Hao's shoulder, saying with great emotions, "It's good that you returned. Sigh, what a pity. I even burned many papers for you, what a waste." Chao Yuxing muttered, "You are quite something." Even the usually quiet and taciturn 10-crown king walked over, giving his chest a tap. A large group of people expressed their happiness through different means. Sure Hao's return could be considered a miracle. It made everyone sigh with astonishment, also leaving them shocked. Let's drink in a bit. I have some divine wine my clan's old fellas hid for tens of thousands of years, Tugu Yulong said. The young representatives of imperial past families also rushed over, extremely enthusiastic. Sure Hao responded to them one by one, giving some young men a fierce hug. When he faced Qing Yi, he also embraced her. Ha ha! Everyone was laughing and smiling. Yuchan, who shared feelings with Qing Yi, the two originally one body, was also not far out. Her entire body was covered in goosebumps, the most unnatural, because she felt as if it was happening to herself. A group of children followed behind Sure Hao, right now not knowing what to do. They had never seen this type of scene before, even more so never saw so many people laugh and smile happily. For them, this was unfamiliar. Some children became stupefied, faces a bit sluggish. This was an entirely different experience. However, in the cheers of happiness, there was also nervousness as well as a bit of pressure. Outside the city, figures stood tall one after another. They were like great black mountains, blocking out the sun, majestic and oppressive, terrifying to the extreme. They foresaw that this time, the other side was most likely truly making a huge move, that a world-shocking great battle was arriving. By being born in these times, this was unavoidable. They could only take the initiative to face the enemy. Everyone clenched their fists, watching quietly. Imperial Pass, it is going to be broken through. Today is the day. Outside, a supreme being spoke. These cold words sounded like they were transmitted from the 9 netherworlds. Things were strange. The fact that this person spoke so confidently meant that he definitely had great confidence in his backing. Were they really going to start attacking Imperial Pass? This made everyone's minds tremble. At this time, someone on the city wall spoke, someone from Wang family, actually the 9 dragons Wang heir, the second dragon. He faced Sure Hao, asking, I want to know how you returned. The other side's prison is impenetrable. How did you break free? Wang heir, what are you trying to say? Not many people dared use this type of address. Right now, there were some big names with extremely great statuses who spoke. Their cultivations might not be able to let them move unhindered through the world, but their statuses were there. Nothing, I was just curious, fearing that a disaster might be provoked onto Imperial Pass. Wang family's second dragon said. Some people immediately became quiet because even if they sympathized with Sure Hao, they were confused on how he escaped. One had to understand that the other side had undying existences. If there really was a problem, it definitely wouldn't be a small issue. In many people's eyes, ever since Sure Hao was sent away, riding that prisoner carriage, there was already no way for him to return. Yet just how much time passed? He actually returned safely. Many people carried doubts, unable to find an answer. I would have explained even if you didn't ask me. Moreover, I want to report that the other side might be attacking with great forces soon, that a true decisive battle is arriving, Sure Hao said with a sunken voice. Everyone was shaken, not taking this as words just to scare them. It was because recently all types of signs showed that the creatures on the other side of Desolate Border were going to make a big move. The situation was grave, extremely pressing. Sure Hao spoke while emphasizing certain things, directly telling them the things the single-armed elder from the original Imperial Pass told him. It really is going to start. There were people who muttered to themselves, feeling a greater and greater pressure within Imperial Pass. At the same time, they also felt endless admiration for those people in the original Emperor City, even guilt and shame. There was actually this group of people blocking the very front, carrying firm convictions. As long as the city stood and there were people in it, then they would stay with the city until it fell. However, there were some who were skeptical, disapproving of this. After all, they never experienced it themselves, all of this Sure Hao's one-sided story. Then, Sure Hao began to talk about his own experience. What? You went into Immortal domain? Everyone was in disbelief. The other side had remained quiet for many years. However, today, the Undying King's pure lands where they cultivated in seclusion were all opened. Moreover, many people heard rumbling sounds. Their war chariots revived, splitting mountains, appearing in the world. Moreover, giant slumbering ancient beasts woke from their sleep, the vicious beasts that pulled the chariots. The undying kings had already returned from burial land. Moreover, they were now setting out after remaining quiet for endless generations. In regards to immortal domain, do not think too much about them. Right now, we need to fight to win or die. We have to rely on ourselves. Sure Hao knew what some people were thinking, so he directly said this. What exactly was going on? How did he enter immortal domain? This drew everyone's shocked expressions, pairs of eyes looking over one after another. Let's head into that hall so we can talk about things in detail, someone suggested. At the same time, everyone in Imperial Pass treated this situation seriously. All of the cultivators knew that perhaps a world-shaking great battle was about to erupt. Sure Hao spoke in the most sincere and honest way, telling them what he saw and heard. He informed the higher levels of Imperial Pass, having them make preparations to not be deluded. He said everything that he could talk about. As for whether they accepted things or not, how they were going to defend themselves, it will depend on their following actions. When he walked out from the hall, Qing Yi walked at his side, asking, "You are going to tell them everything honestly just like that?" "Yes, I told them the truth," Sure Hao said with a light sigh. Then, Sure Hao led the group of children to Stone Clan, finding a place for them to settle down. Right now, the atmosphere both inside and outside the city was extremely tense, but no one stopped or troubled them. The clans were all stunned by the news Sure Hao brought back, all of them digesting what they heard. A great era is about to end. What is fated to happen will happen. When this elder sighed, it could also be considered to represent the apprehension and uneasiness many people felt. Darkness was going to cover the great earth, blood about to fill the skies. In many people's opinion, this already seemed unstoppable, as if there was already no way to prevent this. When the greater situation arrived, no one could stop it. I see the heavens split. I see blood and flames. Why? I also see great vigor. Pu. In the city, a divination master who had already lived for tens of thousands of years, with a Pu sound, vomited blood and died before finishing what he wanted to say, dying miserably on the spot. She wanted to tell everyone more information, but in the end, her body declined, dying violently on the spot. Then the copper palace where she lived turned into powder, crumbling apart together with her body, collapsing. There was no way today could be calm anymore. However, during these tense times, after Sure Hao properly led the children, delivering them to Stone Clan's residence in Imperial Pass, there were still many visitors. Then, some people dragged him with them to go boating in a great lake. Imperial Pass was extremely large, having magnificent mountains and rivers. A group of youngsters held a gathering, pulling him along. They gathered on a giant precious boat, drinking and chatting in a carefree manner. Perhaps after parting today, it will be eternal. We don't have many chances like this, so let's all share a drink, Tugu Yulong said, raising his wine cup. In such nervous times, the clans were all making preparations, about to face a great battle. The fact that they could hold a gathering like this wasn't easy. It was precisely as he said. After today, perhaps they might be eternally separated, never to see each other again. After this battle, what could remain? No one knew. Were the clans going to be completely slaughtered, or were there some clans that would defect and continue living at their last gasp like this? It was hard to say. Let's forget about everything else for now. Today, let's just live in the moment, Great Su Tuo said, breaking his religious precepts. He was an inheritor of the ancient monk bloodline, normally abstaining from wine and meat, but today he drank and ate heartedly. The other side was going to make a huge move, a great decisive battle about to begin. For the group of youngsters, the impact was too great. 500 years later, the most powerful experts will provide assistance. Immortal domain will open their gates. Now, it seemed like everything was too unlikely, already a delusion. Originally, Sure Hao's return was worth celebrating. They definitely wouldn't go home until they were all drunk. But now, A great pressure surrounded Imperial Pass, everyone revealing smiles. This gathering really might be their last one. Huang, you were born in the wrong generation. If you were born 10,000 years ago, it would have been enough for you to rise up. Now, you are just like us, not even given a chance, Taoist Qi Gu said. He was one of Sacred Academy's powerful inheritors, normally a few words. However, now he raised his wine glass, sharing a cup with Shi Hao, speaking loudly. Surprisingly, Jin Zhan came as well. He was also a heaven-warping figure of Sacred Academy, the leading figure of Jin family's younger generation, but ended up being defeated by Shi Hao. Today, he was extremely calm, not saying a word, only drinking there. Shi Hao was sent out of the pass precisely by Jin family, leading to his imprisonment in the other side. The fact that Jin Zhan came left many people shocked. In fact, Wang Shi was also here, the outstanding talent of Wang family's younger generation. She was currently dressed in pure white clothes, like a pure white blossoming lotus, sitting in a corner. Regardless of whether they were adversaries or friends, they were all gathered together. The precious boat was massive, enough to hold them all. Our clansmen, how many are left? Shuri walked over. He had innate dual pupils, known to be an undefeated legend. He raised his glass towards Shi Hao. The two's relationship was complicated, previously life and death enemies. Shi Hao knew that the ones he was talking about were also his clansmen. He told them as things were, that there weren't many left. I previously imagined if the day would come when you, me, and Qing Hao joined together to fight a great battle against the other side's undying existences. It seems like time will not permit it. We will no longer have that opportunity. Shi Hao released a light sigh. Shi Yi's expression became sluggish. They gently touched glasses, releasing a clear ding sound. After drinking the wine, he left. I'm here. Shi Hao, you're still alive. This is too great. The heavenly horned ant cried out, rushing over. Previously, he was cultivating bitterly. Only now did he learn that Shi Hao returned alive. As soon as the two met, 3 large bowls of wine entered his stomach. What doomsday is there to be scared of? At worst, we'll just die in battle. It's enough as long as we kill enough. This old one wanted to reunite with my loved ones for quite some time already, the heavenly horned ant said with red eyes. Ha ha! When the time comes, we'll slaughter them to our heart's content. If we are going to die, then we'll still kill them until they feel pain, kill until they feel fear. 10 Crown King roared with laughter. He had a powerful presence, obtaining the true dragon's inheritance, possessing a type of powerful bearing. Exiled Immortal was extremely calm, sitting on the side alone, playing the flute. It was light-hearted and faintly discernible, carrying the people's emotions. Wei family's 4 phoenixes were dancing. Princess Yao Yu also graceful in appearance. Many people were full of energy, raising their cups, chatting, no longer conservative. Some of them said some things they weren't willing to talk about in the past. The most powerful geniuses of this era were gathered here. They didn't know what the path ahead entailed, didn't know what kind of fate they had waiting for them. How many of them would even survive? Shi Hao's emotions stirred greatly. This scene made him think of a strange experience he had, the dream back to Immortal Ancient. At that time, the heaven-warping geniuses he met, weren't they also like how there were now? Their faces were all full of liveliness, extremely impassioned. Yet in the end, it was a bloodbath, falling into a pool of blood. Was another tragedy going to happen now? That past experience left Shi Hao disappointed and frustrated, full of grief. It was because it was like a real experience, difficult to tell if it really happened or not. Moreover, later on, through various clues, it was proved that those youngsters from the past era really did exist. They died in the last phase of the previous great era. Dong! A drum sounded, shaking up the entire city. Then, bugle horns sounded continuously. The true dragon bugle horn sounded, meaning that a great battle really was about to happen. Everyone immediately stood up, separately receiving messages from their own clans. They all got up and quickly left. The end of a great era had arrived. Was this going to be the start of a new era? Everyone was nervous, inwardly uneasy. A battle it is. Not long afterwards, a sky-shaking roar sounded. Many clans in Imperial Pass roared out. The city wall was full of people. How immediately rushed over, looking down after arriving on the top. He could see an endless great army, a majestic aura surging from the limits of the horizon. It was pitch black like a black sea, killing energy overflowing into the heavens. An endless, vicious army. This day really came. In the city, an old supreme being spoke, carrying a sigh. Hong! In the sky, a rumbling noise sounded. A heavenly spear tore through eternity, wishing to hack apart heaven abyss, the power tremendous. The weapon of an undying existence. Above Imperial Pass, everyone was shocked. They saw undying energy erupt. It was incomparable. Everyone knew that things were going to become troublesome. The undying beings were taking action against heaven abyss. Did they not fear the repercussions? An imperial bell sounded. No matter how vast and boundless the great desert was, even if there was Imperial Pass standing in the way, all of the creatures still heard the bell sound. Moreover, right at this time, no matter how far away it was, even if they didn't have heavenly eyes, the creatures of desolate border still saw the scenes in the limits of the horizon. A war chariot slowly drove over. It carried all types of traces, all of them left behind by weapon attacks, like hatchet marks, sword traces, blade scars. The surface was covered in markings, recording the glory of the great battles that took place. This was the chariot of an undying king. It was pulled by an old bull, slowly arriving, approaching heaven abyss, wishing to cross over. That bull was massive with dark red fur, but its back was golden. The two horns were also like this, as if cast from gold. It was in charge of pulling the chariot. Anlin's carriage. An undying king is going to cross over. On the city wall, a few old freaks sucked in cold breaths of air, their bodies going ice cold, feeling like they fell into ice houses.